jìnnà sí wọn bí sánmọ̀ sílẹ̀ o ara ló ń ta wọn ṣe mọ́ o náà bá sunkún sójú bẹ̀rẹ̀ má ti fi gbé sọ kó fẹ́ yẹ ẹyẹ kó lọ ìgbé sọnù sígbó wọn dúró títí ọwọ́ wọn ò tó ìṣó máa ṣe ta ní kókó ṣòkòtò tí olókùn ó dá kìtìyàn ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ṣí mi lọ́nà o, mo tẹríba fàdàgbà o, àgbà ẹ foríjì ni, ojoojúmọ́ ni mo ń pọ́n wọn lé, mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o, mi ò fojú tí ń rìn wọn láyé, ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́, torí oníkọ́ tó yọlá ni, ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o, màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà. Bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá pẹran nígbó tó bá fúnra ẹ̀ pín ló dára jù o. Kọ̀wé mi á jẹ́ dàgbà o. Èyí mo rí màrò ẹ̀fọ́ gbogbo náà ní ilé ayé. Sùúrù ní ṣẹ́gun ohun gbogbo. Ẹ má ṣèké mo ní ẹ má dalẹ̀. Forí orí kìlọ̀ ló jẹ́ ẹ̀yin forí orí yóò sábà mọ́ àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé o. nílé ayé o. àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé. àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé. àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé. dẹ́bìtọ̀ rẹ̀ àtàrà ilé o. àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé. àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé. àwa ò ní sábà. Ṣòkòtò wọn múra wọn sáré kẹrù sọkọ o àyàn ọmọ ògbóògùn wo wọn ò béèrè lọ́wọ́ orí mórí lọmọ mẹ́wàá lọ ìyàwó ohun tí ẹ wá lọ sí Ṣòkòtò ohun rẹ lápò Ṣòkòtò mo sọ àkúnyẹ̀yàn ọmọ ẹ̀dá láyé kò lè yí padà mo ń tẹnu mọ́ o olórí làlá bàrò orí làlá bàrò olórí. Mi níjà o. Olórí lálàbàrò. Lálàbàrò. Olórí lálàbàrò. Oríjà jogun ìkànnì wọn rí má fi wá fáyé mu nílé ayé wa o. Olúwa àgbẹ̀ wa níyà o. Àmì nílé ayé wa. Ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ ni wá. Ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ lẹ́yìn. Ṣọ́wa nínú ọ̀pá wọn kìnìún. Ejò olóró akéèké ṣọ́wa nínú ìdàgìrì ayé dáàbò ẹ̀bùn wá fi ṣọ́rẹ́ ṣọ́wa o. Mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Mo máa sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Olúwa gbé wa níjà o. Mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Kó má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Olúwa má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Bí wọ́n ti ro ti wá sí nínú ilé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kó jẹ́ tiwọn lọ ijọ́ gbogbo. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè.
All right, I just knocked my light off just as hold on, I can't even find the switch now. Hold on. Not that you really want to see me. All right, hold on. Actually, let me just play you a little bit more music. I just knocked something out of skew there. Let me play you a little bit more music, and then we'll kick it off. Hold on. Let me play you this.
Shi ya so ta tausayi kudin wakar ya biya a dimminti bauchi kira dai suke taho wunti mu sai bola Tinubu sai wunti kuma an sami kibi mama remi mata 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 tattaba samu gaida fislaki mata dan taka samu gaida fislaki mata dan juya samu gaida fislaki mata ya bakwai ya tela na budar dangi mata nan mota sai ya bani mamaki mata direbobi dole sai da kutuki mata sarki ranar hawa ya hau doki mata ashe morewar kudi a kai banki ashe gona za ta so a kai taki kuna ku daban ne ashe na ku daban mata da ku nake ku gane da ku nake ku gane kuna ku kullum zabari ne ku kullum zabari Allah sai kallo yaro baya bololo kasan fasin dan ballo shabi murna yanke bola amal dan baiwa dan shi baya gaugawa gaba ku domin tsaiwa in ka turkum sai tsawa turanci ko turawa baya sani dan kowa ba ma shakka ba ma shakkar dan baiwa duka duka kuma ne kuma ne duka dauka sai layi sai mai murna sai kan kauce kauce wanda baya bola ya tura bola ya tura bola a shirwajo bola ba
And there it is right there. So there you heard it right there from Laraba and the Bebettes. Omo logo. So that was Laraba and the Bebettes. I never even knew that booty shaking was allowed in the north. Is that not haram, according to what they tell us their culture is? But nevertheless, haram or not, that was it's not their real name, by the way. I just make up a lot of these things. But they certainly look like Laraba and the Bebettes to me. Laraba and the Bebettes. So Laraba and the Bebettes, good day to you, good to be in your company, all that. Good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? I hope you're having a wonderful day so far. Hope the wonder of the day carries on for spending time in the company of your favorite Oyo Alaafin man, which is me. I am an Oyo Alaafin man. And not only am I an Oyo Alaafin man, I am also your favorite Oyo Alaafin man. So hope the day gets even better for spending time in the company of your favorite Oyo Alaafin man. One man went to mow the eagle lands again. The eagle lands to devour. Is it to devour or to devour everything that is within its sight? So a bird of prey is in your sight. A bird of prey. So good day to you. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button, just as I'm inviting you to do so. Use this index finger and just do this on the like button. So that's a click. That's a click motion right there. That's not anything rude though. If I did this, that's rude. But I'm doing this, directing you then to carry out that motion to click on the like button. So click on the like button. Repeat that motion again. If you're not already subscribed, to make sure you're subscribed. Like and subscribe is the meat and drink, the bread and butter of anybody that streams. No different here. So make sure look at your screen. If your screen is not saying subscribed, pardon me. If the word subscribe is not in the affirmative, which is to say, if it's not in the past tense, then you have not yet fulfilled all righteousness. So fulfill all righteousness by depressing that word subscribed so that it changes from red to gray, and the word then changes from subscribe to subscribed. Then it rests in the past tense because it's an action completed. So complete that action then by making sure you are subscribed, like and subscribe. That long-winded monologue right there, that long-winded plea. So like and subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink that says StreamYard in the comment section. If you click on that hyperlink, it will bring you into a studio space. As soon as I finish fleshing out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, engage you in conversation. There's no complication to it other than as I have just described. There's no complications to it other than I have just described. You click on the hyperlink that, let me say it slowly for some of you that may be a little bit retarded. Sorry, by the way, I say a lot of these things. It's just gentle jousting. It's nothing anything mean-spirited. But indeed, for some of you that may be retarded, let me say it a little bit slower. You click, you click on the like button, you click on the like, yes, click on like and subscribe. And then if you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink. You know, that one that you put your cursor on and then it changes into a finger. That's what they call a hyperlink for those of you whose literacy is not to that level. So you click on that hyperlink and then up it will pop you then into a different tab on your thing. And then you come into the studio. That's if you want to participate in the session. So if you want to come and join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Say hello to me in the comment section. Tell me where you're joining us from. Share the links as widely as you can. Super chat towards the stream. So we always make 5 calls to action. A call to action is an invitation for you to do something. So we always make 5 calls to actions in the course of every stream that we have, at the start really of every stream that we have. And what are those calls to action? We call you to like the stream. So that's a call to action right there. And then we'll call you to subscribe if you're not already subscribed. That's a call to action right there. We call you to share the links as widely as you can. That's a call to action right there. We ask you to say hello to us in the comment section. Tell us where you're joining us from. That's a call to action right there. And finally, we invite you to super chat towards the stream. That also is a call to action. So 5 calls to action, 5 activities that you have to participate in the course of the, especially at the start of the stream, but in the course of it, because there are gentle reminders throughout the course of the session. So all those things. So So what are we talking about today? We're talking about now Kwankwaso resigning from the NNPP. So they're telling us that as early as tomorrow, there'll be a grand event to welcome him to the ADC. But then there was also a latterly headline that came out just not that long ago, a few hours ago, with the NNPP party telling us then that they're not going to be following Kwankwaso to the ADC. So we'll be reflecting on that, discussing what that could possibly mean. So we'll be reflecting on that, discussing what that could possibly mean. Atiku will get ADC presidential ticket. Obi can't be president. Who makes so bold to make such an assertion? Your retardation is beyond redemption, or Rudolph. You're a lost cause. Good to see you there, my guy. So who makes so bold to make such an aggressive assertion? Atiku will get ADC presidential ticket. Obi can't be president. The person with the biggest chest within the Nigerian political firmament, Ayo Fayose. So he speaks to the space. But what underpins that? We will also be discussing the Sowore versus the Obedient versus Alex Oti. And then that underpinning, you know, there's a particular shackle that hangs around the ankle of the obedient narrative, and that shackle that hangs around the ankle of that space that stymies its any possibility. And this is a malaise that cuts deep both within that movement and by extension its base, which essentially is the Southeast. That shackle that is just looping within the narrowness of their own firmament, living within their own orbit permanently, with no grasp that there's a life or a perception outside of that orbit. Why am I saying all these aggressive words? Sowore went to Abia State and he said for all of the force that he has been hearing about Alex Oti, he was not especially impressed by what he saw on the ground. That is not to say Alex Oti has done nothing. I personally think, do you remember when these ridiculous people were telling us that they were having 24 hours electricity in Abia? Can you imagine that? Did they even, these people that are still using candle and lanterns, but Sowore went there and then said for all of the force around Alex Oti, he has not seen anything sufficient enough to justify that force. And what do these people do? Unzobu immediately. And that is the Achilles heel. That is the shackle. That is the ball chain that hangs around that space especially. Very, very prickly to constructive feedback. And so we'll be talking about all that. So all that is in the funk as well. And we will also be getting funky with the PDP situation. So we'll be getting funky with the PDP situation as well. Wike is PDP national leader. Now, this is how your Fayose still holding court. What else are we talking about? David Mark Aregbesola to welcome Kwankwaso to ADC. That is tomorrow, as I said. And then the details of the state policing is starting to emerge. The proposal at least being put forward by the police force. And I suspect that the crafting of the legislature or the legislation that will eventually emerge this state policing, a lot of it will wrap around the proposal of the Nigerian police force. And what are they proposing? Proposed state police to handle local crime offenses, domestic violence, homicide, armed robbery. So this is what's being proposed. So, and those are the parameters, essentially national, because I don't, is that not all of crime, by the way, I wonder, but that's what's being proposed. Proposed state police to handle local criminal offenses, domestic violence, homicide, and robbery. So that embedded in the proposal being put forward by the Nigerian police force. So we'll certainly be chiming with that. El-Rufai's son, and by the way, Tinubu actually turned up at the funeral service of El-Rufai's mother. So that's very much an interesting little aside then, because I've always somewhat of the lazy in the inner recesses of my mind. You know, the inner recesses, you know, those thoughts that you don't let come to the fore. Look, chill out, Richard, whatever it is. If you don't understand the vibe, then just, you know, sometimes, let me highlight this guy, because there are too many. This is a good example of what I was saying earlier. He says, this hate monger and his ignorance goes berserk, and it's called berserk. It's called berserk, not berserk. So it doesn't even have the literacy to it should not even be somebody that can't even spell. It says, this hate monger and his ignorance goes berserk again. So if you don't understand that, what I do essentially here is to troll. Do you know that a good 65% of because I have data on virtually everybody that engages with this platform, a good 65% of my core audience, going back the 3+ years that we have been streaming, a good 65% of them are Southeasterners. So they understand the vibe, they understand the jive, they understand the banter, but this is a good example. If the retardation that I was talking about is this element that left this comment right there, but let's ignore him. Let him not. Don't sweat the technique. Do you remember that song? Don't sweat the technique. You know. Do you want me to do a little bit of rap music for you, Richard? So that's Richard right there, being a yam head. But as I was saying before, I was uncouthly distracted by Richard's. Anyway, let me leave Richard alone. So, as I was saying, Tinubu turned up at the funeral service of El-Rufai's mother earlier on today. I'll show you the video evidence in a moment in the course of. But what strikes, there's the conspiracy theory. There are people theorizing conspiratorially. Try and say those words. You know, I don't know how I come up with this bullshit sometimes. There are people theorizing conspiratorially that El-Rufai is a Trojan horse within the opposition space. People theorize that. People also theorize conspiratorially still that Obasanjo is also a three-dimensional chess that is in play by the Tinubu space. So why are they theorizing? Let's go to the Obasanjo one. Why are they theorizing that? They are theorizing that because you remember in the build-up to the 2015 elections, Tinubu went to Abeokuta with his entourage. Obasanjo received him with his entourage. So they were sat, the cooking, the gisting in whatever large hall, and then they sat for a moment, and then suddenly Obasanjo got up. He took Tinubu by the hand, took him into his bedroom, and they were there for 2 hours solid, Obasanjo and Tinubu. So unless we have a Bobrisky situation, which I suspect for anything else, the two of them don't have the functionality for the Bobrisky situation anymore, then there was something discussed in the course of that 2 hours tete-a-tete, these two guys sitting across each other and saying, how do we proceed? And as a result of that, Tinubu emerged as the president. When they came out of that meeting, Obasanjo gave some vague and ambiguous whatever, you know, that somewhat jocular, dismissive something that he uses to bat away questions. And Tinubu also did similarly. But something went down in those 2 hours of that meeting, and that is what people embed that conspiracy theory on, that Obasanjo might almost likely be a three-dimension, because Obasanjo is just puppeteering Peter Obi, isn't he? Do you know that Obasanjo is now permutating an Obi Kwankwaso ticket, and Obi Kwankwaso ticket ends the career of Peter Obi, which is already ended anyway. So there's so many moving parts, but the culmination of everything, it will be unearthed really on the 16th of January 2027. But so many moving parts at the moment. So many moving parts at the moment. What else do we have? So Tinubu went to El-Rufai's mother's funeral, as I said. El-Rufai's son then consequently came out to make an apology about some unguarded remark he made about Kashim Shettima. Those boys, actually, they don't belong in any human community. They're just barbarians, the El-Rufai children. Video, Kaduna Governor Ribadu Tambuwal, others attend El-Rufai's mother's funeral. So it was a roll call of the not so great and not so good of the Nigerian firmament. Criminal elements converge. All of Nigeria was there, by the way, the ruling echelon. So we got video clips of that. We may well just in the course of what else do we have? New twist. So this is the headline piece now. I'm not signing up for anything, so please just get off my screen. You this it says something has now popped up on my screen, wanting me to do whatever it is that I don't want to do. You know, all of these news online news things now, they are now embedding behind a paywall, forcing you to either take advert or pay subscription. Our 2027 election, new twist as PDP to adopt Tinubu as presidential candidate. Details emerge. So if you marry this headline with the headline that Fayose already told us that the PDP belongs lock, stock, and smoking barrels to what's it called? Yemsin Wike, then everything starts to come together. So everything starts to come together. What else do we have? All right, so we have a little bit of here and there snippet of everything else as well. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax, do this. You see, as my hands are now, do this, throw your hands in the air and surrender yourself to however long the experience will be, the one man went to more experience. There will be laughters and there certainly will be tears. There will be tantrums and there will be tiara. No, it wasn't after the election, Mango Park. It was before the election. I can bring you the clips. So there'll be tantrums and tiara was what I was saying. But all that. So all that. Shall we just get started? Let me start putting stuff on the screen. So let's kick it off with Kwankwaso's. Oh no, do we want to kick it off with Kwankwaso's resignation? I've also got a little snippet of Senator Sowore as well. He's saying, if you are looking for people who destroyed this country from 1999 to 2015, they are in the ADC. If you are looking for people who destroyed Nigeria from 2015 to 2023, they are in the ADC. Actually, let's start with this one. We'll start with this one because it'll be an interesting little. I've not yet seen it fully, so let's watch this together, see what we're making of it. I think it appeared on Seun Okinbaloye's podcast. You know, I might well be pivoting into this sort of podcast because I have people I can bring on, because I can't bring them on at night. Maybe I should be doing canned interviews now and just publishing it. But let's have a listen to what Sowore has to say. Tell me in the comment section if you can hear the audio.
When you're talking of opposition in Nigeria, you're not talking about these ones are Marxist, these ones are socialist, and the other ones are neoliberals. There's nothing like that.
So what is starting off with there? Is this narrative of Nigerian politics not having an ideological underpinning. And I've always argued against that. There are ideological underpinnings to Nigerian politics. So there might not be ideological underpinning to the Nigerian politician. So those are two separate things, because I think we have to take this on as a topic of discussion at some point. There are ideological underpinnings to Nigerian politics, but there might not be ideological underpinnings to the majority of Nigerian politics. I need a tissue. There might not be ideological underpinnings to the majority of Nigerian politicians, but there are ideological underpinnings to Nigerian politics. So what do I mean? So there is something called, I think I've explained this once before, there is something called the ideological divide. Are you paying attention? Pay attention, no, because I know you guys don't know these things. So just pay attention and know it. There's something called the ideological divide. That in politics, I mean, there's something called the ideological divide. So at the center, you have the libertarians, which are the liberals, and then to the right, is that my right? You know how I tell my right from left still? I have a mole on my right hand. At my great age, I still can't tell my right from my left. Is that not? So at the center of the ideological divide, you have a sort of a libertarian sort of a political stance. And then to the right of that ideological divide, you have conservatism. And then to the left of that ideological divide, you have socialism. Are you paying attention so far? So at the center is where the liberals occupy. To the left of the liberal, you have somewhat of a Marxist socialist leaning. And then to the right, you have the conservative leaning as well. So at the far end of the conservatism, you have the extremists like the Islamic fundamentalists, the Ku is it Ku Klux Klan, the KKK? So those sort of far right extreme. So that's privilege of race, religion, heritage, etc., etc. So that sort of language occupies the far right. And then at the far left, you have Marxism, etc., etc. But those extremes, they're not really models that govern any country anymore. So politics now is played at the center. Are you paying attention? Politics is played at the center, but not everybody can be a liberal, and most people are not liberal because most people have their biases. So what you hear now in politics is that somebody is center left, so that is their views move to the center, but their leaning is to the left, which is socialism, etc., etc. And then there's somebody that is center right, so their views are to the center, which are humanitarian, humanist sort of views at the center, but then it leans to the right, which is where privileges occupy. So within that, so with that broad understanding, then I'm losing my lighting somewhat. I'm resting it just on something casual. That's why it's tipping over, So that's just what it is. So with that understanding, then the ideological underpinning of Nigerian politics, a party like the APC is a center left ideological leaning sort of a party. I know these are boring bits, but you need to understand these things. A party like the APC is a center left ideological leaning party. So why do I say that? If you look at the APC, a lot of their policies are people centric. If you look under the Buhari administration, for instance, he created the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. He introduced stipends to the lower rungs of society, all that trader money, all that cash transfer, all of these things. So their policies get towards insulating the baseline of the Nigerian paradigm. Now, if you look at the PDP, they're more an enterprise free market sort of a party. And if you look at their governance under that period, it leans towards that as well. But they all play to the center. So a lot of these ideological policy positionings overlap, but there are ideological divides within the Nigerian political paradigm. That's just what I wanted to get across to you. I don't quite know how I got lost in that. I think it was Shehu Sani that lost me in that. So let's go back to Shehu Sani and hear what gibberish she has to say.
If you give Obi or Atiku power, it will still be the same thing. That when you're talking of opposition in Nigeria, you're not talking about these ones are Marxist, these ones are socialist, and the other ones are neoliberals. There is nothing like that. If you give Obi or Atiku power, it will still be the same thing that they will do. The difference that you may be able to have is cosmetic, but ideologically, none of them is opposed to IMF and World Bank policies.
So you say that if Atiku, Amechi, or Peter Obi were to be president in 2023, from 2023, they wouldn't have done anything different from
there is nothing they will do. And I believe that
they say they have better ideas than this.
What is the ideas? All of them have been in government. Which idea do they have? You have someone who has been a speaker, who has been a minister, who has been a governor, another person who has been at the upper echelon of power, he has been a governor. If there's any miracle or magic they will have performed, it could have been visible. Many of them come to power with the idea of turning their state or their whatever into Dubai and whatever it is. But where is the Dubai? So what I'm saying is that President Tinubu shares the same philosophical and ideological thoughts with them. The difference is that he comes from an activist background, and that his own approach is no different from any one of them if he has the opportunity to be in power. Who are the opposition in Nigeria? You call them the ADC. If you're looking for people who destroyed this country from 1999 to 2015, they're in the ADC.
All right, let's pause it there because it's made quite a it's made quite an outlandish statement there, a bold statement, that if you're looking at for people who destroyed Nigeria from 1999 till 2015, they're in the ADC. So what does it mean by that? Who has destroyed that country from 99 till date? So all the actors are there now. Atiku was under the Obasanjo administration, where they disappeared $16 billion to provide us with darkness, not electricity. But the only hint of where that money went is in the lifestyle that Atiku lives. So Atiku was part of that set. Look at Peter Obi, who destroyed Anambra State. 8 years, $500 billion naira in our budget. According to him, these are the figures that he said. I can bring you the clips when he told us that in the course of his 8 years, he handled $500 billion naira, which is 500 billion naira at that exchange rate at that time. There is nothing in Anambra State that is commensurate. The only clue as to where all that $500 billion naira went was when they caught him trying to steal 250 million naira in a papa. So that's what are we talking about? Aregbesola, who does it did absolutely nothing in Osun State. It's just us. Are we talking about Abubakar Malami, who has become near as rich as Dangote from extreme poverty before? So these are the people. If we start telling you that the people that destroyed Nigeria, if you're looking for them, every single one of them is in the ADC. Criminals. Peter Obi told us himself now. He told us that they're a criminal cartel. So there is nothing that you can disagree with what the Aboki from Kaduna is saying.
Echelon of power. He has been a governor. If there's any miracle or magic they will have performed, it could have been visible. Many of them come to power with the idea of turning their state or their whatever into Dubai and whatever it is. But where is the Dubai? So what I'm saying is that President Tinubu shares the same philosophical and ideological thoughts with them. The difference is that he comes from an activist background, and that his own approach is no different from any one of them if he has the opportunity to be in power. Who are the opposition in Nigeria? You call them the ADC. If you're looking for people who destroyed this country from 1999 to 2015, they're in the ADC. We are looking for people who destroyed Nigeria from 2015 to 2023, they're in the ADC.
Isn't the same thing?
If you are looking for people who participated in the first semester and second semester of the destruction of this country, they are all in the ADC.
What about the APC? And they there?
That's what I'm telling you. And I told you that.
So everyone in those political parties are the same.
Everyone is the same.
They just have different
ideological.
Whoever said Nigeria is a crime scene, I think that might well have been Nnamdi Kano. Do you remember Nnamdi Kano? And by the way, there's peace in the southeast now, relatively. But why is there peace in the southeast now, relatively? Because Nnamdi Kano is now eating tuwo shinkafi in Sokoto, never to be seen again. That guy would never set foot on Igbo land again, unless, of course, to attend his own funeral. That guy, Nnamdi Kano, the only time he will go to Igbo land again is to attend his own funeral. That's set in stone. And then the cross-dresser from Finland, he's been removed from the scene as well. And because these two mass murderers have been removed from the scene, there's now relative peace in the southeast. But I digress. So there are some truisms that came out of Nnamdi Kano, by the way, saying that Nigeria is a crime scene. It's an unequivocal truth. You cannot equivocate it. There's no argument against that statement that Nigeria is a crime scene. He also described Nigeria as a zoo, and I think every Nigerian agrees that Nigeria is a zoo. I'm pretty certain that every Nigerian agrees that Nigeria is a zoo.
I'm a babu. I stay in the zoo. Zadu.
you know, every Nigerian should be, by law, it should be embedded in the Nigerian constitution that as soon as every single Nigerian wakes up within the firmament of that country, they must, as a matter of law, they must chant those words. As soon as you wake up in the morning, or whenever it is that you do wake up, whenever the day breaks for you, as soon as you get out of your bed, the first thing you have to do as a Nigerian in Nigeria, the first thing you have to do is to chant these words.
I'm a babu. I stay in the zoo. Zadu.
So there it is right there. Never have truer words ever been uttered. He is a baboon. He lives in a zoo.
They're all the same. Yes.
So
Anyway, so that's Shehu Sani there telling us that they're all criminals. So that's Shehu Sani telling us that they're all criminals. I'm not going to give you the fullness of the diet of everything, but I'll just give you some as headlines and then some as readouts. So where are we going next? Let's go to Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso resigning from the NNPP. Kwankwaso, is that on the screen? I hope I'm not going to be having problems with this thing again, or when you start muting me when I'm trying to talk. Let's have a look. Kwankwaso resigns from NNPP. So yes, that comes as no surprise to anyone. All right, it's not muted me. There's a time that, you know, I'm going to have to look for a different app other than this StreamYard. It's just a nonsense. You won't believe how much I'm paying for this piece of crap that it calls itself StreamYard. Kwankwaso resigns from NNPP. I'll just give you a few paragraphs. Former governor of Kano State, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, has formally resigned from the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, citing the need for a broader political realignment. Kwankwaso, who served as the party's presidential candidate in the 2023 general elections, made the announcement in a statement released on Sunday. I wish to formally announce my resignation from the New Nigeria People's Party with immediate effect, he said. Describing the move as a difficult but necessary step, the former governor pointed to shifting dynamics within Nigeria's political space as a key factor behind this decision. As a committed and bona fide member of the party, this was not... did Kwankwaso not even create that party? Can somebody remind me in the comment section? As a committed and bona fide member of the party, this is not an easy decision to make. However, considering the current trajectory of the nation's political landscape, which calls for strategic realignment, I have found it necessary to identify with another political platform that offers the best opportunity to effectively change the nation, he said. Look, it's just this clownish. Can you imagine that? Who is the audience for this level of nonsensity is where the question is. Who is the audience for this level of nonsensity? Listen to these words from the from the Tuo Moncha from Kano. It says, as a committed and bona fide member of the party, so that doesn't matter. This was not an easy decision. However, considering the current trajectory of the nation's political landscape, which calls for strategic realignment, so all of that still speaks to his own personal ambition and self-interest and self-propulsion within his own chosen career field. So all of that still speaks to self-interest. However, considering the current trajectory of the nation's political landscape, which calls for strategic realignment, so that still speaks to self-interest, I have found it necessary to identify with another political platform that offers the best opportunity to effectively change the nation. So it's not interested in anything that changes anything other than just changes its own relevance, which will be dead and buried by February next year. He expressed gratitude to the party's leadership, singling out the national chairman, Ajuji Ahmed, as well as other key organs, blah, blah, blah. I extend my deepest appreciations to the national chairman and the entire National Working Committee for their steadfast support throughout my time. I also thank the Board of Trustees, etc., etc. So some Oscar exit speech right there. So that's that. So he leaves the He leaves the NNPP, but where is he headed to? I think we all know where he's headed to. Mark Aregbesola to welcome Kwankwaso to ADC as ex-Kano governor drops VP condition. So this is it now. What's that phrase? How hard the mighty falling? That's the phrase that should immediately spring to mind. How hard the mighty falling from his lofty heights and his preening and peacocking. Now he has become just a man Friday to Atiku Abubakar, telling us then, when he was throwing Agbada all over the place, that he will go only to a party that will offer him their ticket or device. Mark Aregbesola to welcome Kwankwaso to ADC as ex-Kano governor drops his VP condition. So not even the presidential ticket anymore. They wouldn't even give him VP. Because the VP slot is not open to him in the ADC anyway, because the VP slot goes to the south, because the ticket goes to Atiku Abubakar. The national leader of the new Nigerian People's Party, Rabbi Kwankwaso, is set to defect to the African Democratic Congress ADC on Monday, which is as early as is today now where I am. So later on today, our credible sources within both the ADC and NNPP disclosed that the former Kano state governor will formally declare for the party in Kano. A principal official of the ADC who spoke with correspondents on condition of anonymity revealed that the party's national chairman, David Mark, and the national secretary, Ogbeni Rauf Aregbesola, will receive Kwankwaso during the declaration ceremony. The sources added that the former governor is expected to join the party alongside immediate past deputy governor of Kano State, Aminu Gwazo. Gwazo resigned the office on Friday, a development confirmed by his media aide Ibrahim Shaibu. Findings show that the ADC has been courting Kwankwaso for over 3 months as part of efforts to strengthen the opposition ahead of the 2027 general elections. During the negotiations, apparently, allegedly, the Abba Yusuf, the Kano state governor, has been quoted as just laughing at him at his exit. I think that was in the news cycle somewhere. During the negotiations, the former governor was said to have demanded the party's vice presidential slot as a condition to contest in the next presidential election. Kwankwaso had reportedly considered a joint ticket with the 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi. Sources also indicated that former President Olusegun Obasanjo played a key role in encouraging the proposed alliance. The talks between Kwankwaso and the ADC intensified after the defection of his political ally and Kano State Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf from the ADC, from the NNPP to the All Progressive Congress. Yusuf joined the APC in January alongside members of the Kano State House of blah, blah, blah. Investigations revealed that Kwankwaso concluded plans to join the ADC after a meeting with Aregbesola at his residence in Abuja on Thursday. Party insiders disclosed that Kwankwaso had earlier agreed to join the ADC and initially fixed Tuesday, March the 24th for his declaration before making a sudden change of plans. According to one ADC official, the former governor had insisted on being guaranteed the party's vice presidential ticket before making the move. We have been talking to Kwankwaso and he has agreed to join the ADC. He was supposed to declare for the party last Tuesday in Kano in the presence of our national officials, the source said, but he made a sudden U-turn, insisting we must promise him the vice presidential slot. Failing that, he will no longer join the party. The source added that the party's national leadership declined to make such a commitment at the time. The national chairman of the ADC, David Mark, said he was not in a position to make that kind of a commitment. That was how Kwankwaso refused to make the declaration, the official said. However, following further discussions, particularly the meeting with Aregbesola, the NNPP leader reportedly agreed to join the party without conditions. He has agreed to join without conditions, the ADC official said in a message on Tuesday. Sources within the NNPP also confirmed that Kwankwaso will travel from Abuja to Kano on Sunday ahead of the planned declaration. The leader will be in Kano. The leader of what, though? Because he has left the NNPP now. So what exactly is he leading? I suppose the remnants of the Kwankwaso movement that will move with him. The leader will be, Kano campaign will be very violent. It will be, because you have the Kwankwaso faction determined to assert that they still have dominion over Kano. You have the state governors faction determined to deliver for their new now space that they occupy and to show their authority over the space. And then you have the Ganduje faction as well. And the Kano politics is always on a hair trigger anyway. The leader will be in Kano on Sunday, and some NNPP officials have been informed about his decision to join the ADC. I think the declaration will be done on Monday, a party source said. Another senior, and by the way, the window still opens for Kwankwaso to be to get the VP slot in the ADC if Peter Obi wins the ticket. And there are rumors also speculating that the ADC ticket now will be done by consensus rather than the open ballot that Atiku was pushing for. So that area is still very much foggy and vague. The leader will be in Kano on Sunday, and some NNPP officials have been informed about his decision to join the ADC. I think the declaration will be done on Monday, a party source said. Another senior NNPP member confirmed the planned defection, predicting a massive turnout of supporters during the declaration. It is true. We're going to join the ADC on Monday. We will be in Kano. You can expect a large number of people at the declaration, the source said. Kwankwaso owns Lagos. Well, not Lagos or Kano. I had to chuckle as I was reading. It doesn't own Kano. It will not score anything near what it got it will be lucky to get 400,000 votes in Kano. Kwankwaso owns Kano, and he will demonstrate his strength on Monday. Efforts to obtain official reactions from the party spokespersons were unsuccessful as at the time of filing the report. The spokesperson of the ADC, Bolaji Abdullahi, said he was unavailable to comment on the development. I'll call you back. I may not be able to respond to your inquiry right now, he said. Similarly, the National Publicity Secretary of the NNPP, Ladipo Johnson, said he was unaware of the planned declaration. I'm not aware. I have not been available for a while. The development comes barely a week after Peter Obi, Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde, and former Bayelsa State Governor Seriaka Dixon visited Kwankwaso at his residence, on Miller, etc., etc. So the next big mover will be Seyi Makinde, and that will be the close of the. So what we will have in the ADC then will be Atiku Abubakar, Rauf Aregbesola, El-Rufai, Abubakar Malami, Kwankwaso, Seyi Makinde, Peter Obi. So those are weighty people, those are strong, but those are careers that will end in 2020, because I don't think they have the political craft to do what Tinubu did to Goodluck Jonathan. That's just the thing. And they say they don't have the political craft to do what I said. They don't have the political craft to do what Tinubu did in 20 to Goodluck Jonathan. But does Tinubu have the political craft to do what Oluwo of Iwo is saying here? Nigerians may demand tenure extension for Tinubu. So now, ordinarily, I would dismiss this headline as just, that the Oluwo of Iwo is smokes Colorado. Is one of those. That's according to his wife, Chantel. We know that Oluwo of Iwo, he smokes Colorado. So ordinarily, I would dismiss and disregard this headline. But there's something going on in Parliament at the moment that some of you may or may not be paying attention to. They are doing a tenure extension bill for a president to serve 6 years. So they are, and it's in the second reading. I think it's done in second reading. So there's a bill passing through Parliament at the moment that the president of Nigeria should only serve 1 year, one term, 1 6-year term. So that bill is passing through Parliament at the moment, and is at its second reading already. So if that bill passes through and it kicks off just before Tinubu is inaugurated, then Tinubu might well serve 6 years in his second term. So that was really what triggered me to bring this headline. That was what piqued my interest when I saw this headline. But I'm sure that Oluwo doesn't have the sophistication to have that understanding. He will just say some amugbo thing, but like a broken clock, it can be right twice a year. Nigerians may demand tenure extension for Tinubu. This is the Igbo smoking king of Iwo land, Oluwo. The Oluwo of Iwo, Abdul Rashid Akanbi, has said Nigerians may eventually push for a constitutional amendment to allow President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to remain in office beyond the constitutionally permitted 2 terms. So he's talking about a 3rd term, sort of an Obasanjo thing. And if Tinubu wanted a 3rd term, I'm sure he will succeed in getting it because he has the political craft. He knows how to navigate his way into those sort of spaces. Akanbi made the remark in a congratulatory message to President Tinubu on his 71st birthday, describing the president as a decisive leader whose policies are beginning to yield results. The statement was issued by spokesperson Ibrahim Ali. Many Nigerians may call for a constitutional review to enable Tinubu to serve more than 2 terms in office. He is a leader who knows what he's doing, the monarch said. He credited the administration with implementing reforms aimed at addressing long-standing economic challenges, noting that such measures have begun to stabilize key indicators. According to him, policies such as exchange rate unification, increased oil production, and rising foreign investment inflows have contributed to improvements in the economy. Akanbi also pointed to what he described as a significant rise in Nigeria's foreign reserves, saying it increased from about 1 billion. It didn't increase from about 1 billion. This guy is just an illiterate, but that's what the Amugo king of Iwo land has to say. So we move on very swiftly from there. Where are we going to next? You tell me. Where would you like to go to next? All right, yes. So let's go back to the Kwankwaso narrative again. I did hint at this one. I didn't know I actually had it lined up. We're not joining ADC with Kwankwaso. So this is the NNPP. So this NNPP now is the backbone, is the structure of the Kwankwasia movement. And what they're telling him is that it should take a running jump. The founder of the New Nigeria People's Party, Boniface, it was actually a South-South man that owns the NNPP. The founder of the New Nigeria People's Party, Boniface Aniabonam, said members of the party will not follow Rabiu Kwankwaso to the African Democratic Congress. Correspondents report that he made this known on Sunday in Lagos whilst reacting to Kwankwaso's decision to leave the party. Recall that Kwankwaso announced that he has resigned from the NNPP with immediate effect after serving as a presidential candidate 2023. He said this blah, blah, blah. However, Aniabonam stated that the NNPP as a party will not move with him. He explained that only a few individuals linked with the Kwankwasia group might choose to follow their leader, while many others have already moved to different parties, including the APC. He also dismissed a memo issued by Ahmed Ajuji, who had advised party members to remain in their positions. According to Aniabonam, Ajuji, and others in the Kwankwasia movement have already been expelled from the NNPP following court rulings and therefore have no authority to direct the party. The party founder further said the party would not allow Kwankwaso to return in the future or represent it in any elections. He added that the party had moved on and had already started talks with other individuals interested in contesting the 2027 presidential elections under his platform. Aniabonam also noted that lessons have been learned from the 2023 elections, saying that future candidates will go through proper internal processes rather than being handed tickets. So that's that. So that's bye-bye. It's a one-way ticket from the AADs, from the NNPP to the red-capped man from Kano State. So where else do we want to be? Where else do we want to be? Is this getting too much? Too many stories? Did you read about that? Sorry, just as an aside, I'm not bringing you this as a topical, but did you hear about that pastor that adopted some autistic child, some autistic young man, and because of the how do I even craft this? Because of the anyway, let me know if you've heard that story of that pastor and his autistic adopted son. Tell me in the comment section if you're aware of it. You know, he adopted this autistic son, and this autistic son then had an excessive sexual urge. And then he advertised for a woman because the boy was getting dangerous because of his sexual urges. Then he advertised for a woman. And of course, you know, because of the poverty level in Nigeria, he advertised just 2 days for a woman to come and marry the boy so that the guy can have his way. He can be using her for bedmatics. He advertised for a woman for that, and then a woman turned up and they married her off immediately. So there's that one. So there's that one. That's just a little aside. Though somebody sent me that earlier on, but I've been monitoring that storyline anyway. So let's move on swiftly. And also we would like to talk about the Sowore versus the obedient something that is going on. Actually, should we go to that one now? Actually, let me take you to that one. Sowore versus Alex Otti versus the obedience, then by extension versus the whole of the Southeast. Let me bring you this one. Tell me if you can hear the audio in the comment section. So tell me if you can hear the audio. So now, oh, you can't hear it, Tokwe. Oh, thank you for letting me know. I'll do this. I'll play you a song and then I'll refresh and come back. Let me play you one of your favorite Tinubu songs. I'll refresh and come back. That usually works.
Yo, Jagaban. Yo, Jagaban. Yo, Jagaban. Now here we want to Jagaban. Food they want them. Our mama, papa want them. Silver we want them. You said people.
What happened to my music? What happened to my music? Yo, Jagaban, you were meant to be hearing.
Yo, Jagaban. Yo, Jagaban. Yo, Jagaban. Now here we want to Jagaban. Food they want them. Our mama, papa want them. Silver we want them. The same people will give us Jagaban. But the same people come to tell us, say, Jagaban is not good again. Which way Nigeria, oh? Because the government don't favor them, oh. They won't go start touch Jagaban government, but let people everywhere. Yo, eh. Buhari finish in 8 years. Jagaban go finish 8 years. We know them for church. Yo, Jagaban. Yo, Jaga.
All right, let's try one more time. Now, tell me in the comment section if you can hear it. I'll play it now.
That could be put together is all this Peter Obi movement that tells you today that somebody is a criminal, then the next day they are with the person and they will justify why they are with the person. The criminal structure is no longer criminal. Are those who are fooled by them? I'm not talking about those who are helping him to fool you or helping them to fool you. Those ones that justifies his criminal alliances. You understand? That's not, it's the people who in their large numbers are being euthanized by these lies. I feel bad for them because some of them are genuinely interested. They think they are involved in nation building or some kind of movement that will bring about change, only to understand too quickly and too early that they are part of a fraud, a political fraud scheme, syndicate, a Ponzi scheme.
All right. So the political fraud syndicate and the Ponzi scheme. Do you guys know what a Ponzi? I'm sure a lot of you know what a Ponzi scheme is because, of course, you are highly educated, very intelligent people. But for the benefit of just everybody being on board, a Ponzi scheme is actually some Italian fraud system. A Ponzi scheme is let's say, for instance, I tell you that if you give me 10 naira, I can return you 100 naira and over the course of 6 months. So you give me 10 naira, but then I collect 10 naira from 100 people, and then I give some of you over a period of time, then I give you 20 naira and I give you 20 naira, and then the more people that come up, then the money just regurgitates itself till it collapses. That's a Ponzi scheme. And what Sowore is describing is the obedient movement, which anybody with a brain knows that it's one big scam, isn't it? It's a Ponzi scheme. And that's what, not often do I agree with Sowore, but I think he was right on this one.
One of the biggest political Ponzi scheme, you heard it from me, that could be put together is all this Peter Obi movements that tells you today that somebody is a criminal, then the next day they are with the person and they will justify why they are with the person. The criminal structure is no longer criminal. Are those who are fooled by them? It is now structuring, and they are helping to restructure the criminal structures so that they can learn how the criminal structures failed. They are the only persons who go and learn how to fail. We teach people how to succeed.
We have been on the same position for decades.
We are talking about 36 years of doing this. So, but as you always want, I know you love it for content. It applies to all of them. And that's why I was telling you at the beginning of our press conference that any of them that I mentioned about their performance, let them come and dispute it themselves. Don't hide behind one influencer. I don't hide behind influencers when I say my own. I'll say it on national TV, if you are a thief, then you are a thief. There's no crime in calling a thief a thief. And if you are the treasurer to a thief, you are a thief too. Because when the thief steals, he will come and keep it with you. Yes, sir. It's not that. It is now structuring, and they are helping to. Even about, I've told you, OT, who all of you are. I know the reason why they are upset about OT has nothing to do with it. They are upset about OT when they saw the organic crowd that received me in Aba. They didn't know that I could enter Aba without rice, and that is why their principal had to go and borrow people who are doing Salah in Kano. And they are celebrating it. Oh, Peter Obi was in Kano. He met with Kwankwaso. When did Kwankwaso become a saint? Is it not the same Kwankwaso you were abusing in 2023 that he's a saboteur for not working with Peter Obi? Suddenly, Kwankwaso is a saint.
So there you have it right there. The Ponzi scheme that is the obedient movement. On the streets of Lagos, they call it Sakama J, Gbabima Gbabe. But do you know what Gbabima Gbabe means? If you don't know what Gbabima Gbabe means, you must know what abracadabra means. So the Peter Obi political narrative is like abracadabra. the more you look, the less you see. It's like some Professor Pella. Do you know the most famous Nigerian magician is a guy called Professor Pella? That might well be outside of your generational loop. But when you're thinking about magic in Nigeria, you think of about Professor Pella. It's the sort of politics that pulls a rabbit out of a hat. Asakama J, Babima Gbabe, abracadabra. Is this a MMM scheme, as Sowore described it, a Ponzi scheme, some GBT nonsense? That's the whole thing now. Never consider. They are always indignant in the most filthiest of spaces. It tells us he's not desperate to be president, but he has traversed at least 10 parties over the last 4 years, from PDP to XYZ to DBD and Dabada. And where he is now, ADC, that's not his last port of call to the next election, because he promised us he's going to be on the ballot, and the ballot doesn't open for him in the ADC. So he's still going to jump one more time, because, of course, we know Peter Obi is like a rabbit. He's always hopping around like a rabbit. So that's what Sowore is telling you, a Ponzi scheme. It tells us he's not desperate to be president, who has acted in a more desperate way in Nigerian politics. He has moved parties more than Atiku Abubakar. Can you believe that? This Peter Obi. So that's what Sowore is saying now. He wants to dismantle the structure of criminality, and the people that are going to help him dismantle that structure of criminality are Rotimi Amechi, Abubakar Malami, what's it called? Atiku Abubakar. These are the people that are coming to clean up the rot that is in the Nigerian politics and administration. These are the people we've been waiting for to come and straighten up the country and stop corruption. Abubakar Malami is the anti-corruption czar. Can you imagine that? So that's the sort of element that Peter Obi is, and that is what Sowore means by a Ponzi scheme. So shall we go on from that to something else? Shall we go on from that to something else? Shall we go on from that to something else? So I'll just give you a few as headlines. Wike is PDP national chairman. So this is national leader. This is El-Rufai then stating it as it is. Maybe I'll have 3 paragraphs from this. Former Ekiti State Governor Ayodele Fayose has stated that the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory FCT, Yemson Wike, is a leading figure within the People's Democratic Party PDP, attributing his position to his contributions. Correspondents report that Fayose spoke at the ongoing PDP National Convention at the Moshood Abiola Stadium on Sunday. Fayose speaking as part of the Ekiti delegation, said the group was freely represented and committed to the party's direction. So that's him right there. And I think he went on to make comments about Peter Obi, that Peter Obi should get the ticket for the ADC. What else do I have for you? All right. There was this clip I wanted to play you. Do I have it? Hold on. All right. I want to play you this clip. It doesn't matter if you can hear the audio or not. It's the image that tells you all you need to see. So pay close attention, because it goes very quickly. It's only about 20 seconds. So I want you to pay close attention. I want you to identify and notice the main character in play here. So he comes in now, supported as always, because he's unsteady on his feet. So he comes in now, and there he is right there. So that's President Tinubu right there. But where is he? Is at the funeral service of El-Rufai's mother. So that's Tinubu, and that's his son right behind him right there. So that's a minister without portfolio right there, with his gay boy sort of manner of walking. So that's Tinubu attending the whatever the Islamic term is, because you know in Islam you have to bury people fairly quickly. So that's and apparently, allegedly, and not apparently, Baba actually said this yesterday on yesterday's session, that Tinubu actually volunteered the presidential jet to go and fly the body of El-Rufai's mother from Cairo, which is where she passed away, to Nigeria. and then he shows a presence as well at his at the funeral. So we'll see how that plays out in the politics to come. So that's that one. Okay, let me give you the headline piece, and then we'll take it from there. So this is the headline piece. 2027 elections, new twist as PDP to adopt Tinubu as presidential candidate, details emerge. So all of the politics tells us of this as a real possibility. We'll see. A faction of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, aligned with Yemson Wike, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, has reportedly actively positioned itself to support President Bola Tinubu's re-election in 2027. According to a recent report by correspondents, the group opted not to field a typical opposition candidate. Wike, a top member of the PDP, serving in the All Progressive Congress APC administration, has said repeatedly that he would again work for the re-election of President Tinubu in 2027. Correspondents cited sources close to Wike's faction of the PDP are saying that the group has begun organizing the party structures to align with the pro-Tinubu goal, including initiating a rainbow coalition in Rivers State that brings together members of both the PDP and APC to mobilize for Tinubu. The Wike-backed faction is navigating internal party leadership disputes through the courts and setting its own timeline for party primaries, distinct from the other fractions of the body. So that's that. Meanwhile, as PDP leaders intensify reconciliation efforts ahead of its national convention, the Kabiru Tuka-led camp of the party has said the party will not back Tinubu's re-election. So I don't think it's down to them, I think it's down to Wike what the PDP does. FCT Minister Wike is betting a venue of PDP National Convention at about 10 p.m. or yesterday. So that's note that, because that chimes with my political permutations as well. So I have all of the expectation that will be the case. Let me give you this one. El-Rufai's son apologizes to Shettima for calling him spineless. So this is the thawing of relationship between Aso Rock and the El-Rufai family. If Tinubu can capture El-Rufai, that would be a real coup. That would be the icing on the cake for his re-election. Not that he affects it either way, but that would be the icing on the cake for his re-election. Proposed state police to handle local criminal offenses, domestic violence, homicide, armed robbery. This is so. Let's take a few paragraphs from this. Right, to receive 3% of federal allocation, federal police to focus on national security, interstate crimes, federal law enforcement. So actually, maybe we'll take all of this actually. The submitted framework for the establishment of state police to the Senate shows that when put in place, state police services would be saddled with the responsibility for handling local criminal offenses, domestic violence, homicide, armed robbery, and community policing as their primary mandate. With the coming on board of a two-tier policing architecture, the proposal creates a federal police service that would focus on national security, terrorism, interstate crime, and federal law enforcement alongside 37 state police services and one per state plus the FCT that will focus on the earlier mentioned ones. Recall that preparatory to the establishment of the state police, the Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Adisu, last Thursday submitted a framework for the outfit to the Senate. According to Disu, The move forms part of efforts to decentralize policing in the country. The police boss submitted the framework to Deputy President of the Senate, Senator Barau Jibrin, APC Kano North, who chairs the Senate Committee on the review of the 1999 Constitution at the Senator's office, etc., etc. A document cited by correspondents yesterday showed that every state police service must maintain a dedicated Department of Community Policing with community policing forums established at every local government area, just as a constitutionally protected state police fund will receive 3% statutory federal allocation from the federation account. Our community policing, so the government chips in 3% and it's down to states to augment that. So those security votes that they've been pocketing now, they have to put it to use for the people. Our community policing as the operational nerve center. The report places community policing at the philosophical and operational heart of the state police model, recognizing that the erosion of trust between Nigerian communities and the police is not merely a reputational problem, but a fundamental operational liability. Every state police service must maintain a dedicated department for community policing, with community policing forums established at every local government area, comprising police officers, traditional rulers, women's groups, youth organizations, and religious leaders. Community liaison officers will be assigned to specific communities, expected to speak local languages and evaluate evaluate partly on community forum ratings. Constitutional amendments are the foundation. Establishing state police requires a targeted amendment to the 1999 Constitution, particularly Section 214, to allow our state police to coexist with the Federal Police Service, and the second schedule to move state police from exclusive list to concurrent legislative list. A new section at 214A would constitutionally establish a national police standard board, a two-tier police architecture. The proposal creates a federal police service focused on national security, terrorism, interstate crime, and federal law enforcement, alongside 37 state police service, one per state plus the FCT, handling local crimes, domestic violence, homicide, armed robbery, and community policing as their primary mandate. A national police standard board as the backbone. An independent starting member federal board will set, monitor, and enforce minimum national standards covering recruitment, training, conduct, accountability, and funding across all police services. It will publish annual compliance ratings for every state service, with non-compliance triggering funding penalties. Robust safeguards against political abuse. So this is where the concern is, isn't it, really? Robust safeguards against political abuse. Recognizing the widespread concern that state police could be weaponized by governors, the report recommends constitutional prohibition on partisan deployment, independent state police service commission insulated from gubernatorial interference, criminal sanctions for officials who issue unlawful orders, and federal high court fast-track reviews of politically motivated deployment, a voluntary transfer program for officers. No officer will be involuntarily dismissed. Officers can opt to transfer to their home state or preferred state police service. Incentives include a 3-month salary transfer facilitation grant, a transition training program, and a guaranteed pension continuity certificate. The FPS will retain approximately 40% of officers for national roles, while 60% will be ceded to the state. Multi-layer accountability architecture. Oversight is deliberately layered to prevent capture by any single political interest, encompassing State Police Service Commission, independent, appointed and disciplined, State Police Ombudsman, independent complaint handling, NPSB inspections, State House of Assembly standing committees, mandatory body-worn cameras with secure cloud storage, and public performance dashboards showing use of force statistics and community satisfaction data, dedicated funding through a state police fund. A constitutionally protected state police fund will receive a 3% statutory federal allocation from the federation account, distributed by a formula weighting population, land area security need, and fiscal capacity. So that will be the criterion. So there'll be a pot of a 3%, and then it will be needs met. So places like Lagos and Kano will get more of a chunk than places like Abia or Ekiti or these tiny little states. Dedicated funding through a state police fund, a constitutionally protected state police fund will receive a 3% statutory federal allocation from the federation account, distributed by a formula weighting population, land area and security need, and fiscal capacity. So fiscal capacity also speaks to the earning capacity, the net worth of that state in terms of how much they're able to generate internally and how much they get from the federal allocation slot. So it's a whole myriad of balancing formula, plus a minimum 15% contribution from each state government security budget. So they are slashing from that security budget now, which they should have done a long time ago. So their WOOF money is going somewhat. Adequate, transparent funding is framed explicitly as an anti-corruption measure, a 60-month phased implementation roadmap. The rollout is structured across 4 phases: constitutional and legal foundation, 1 to 12 months, establishment of state services and VTP launches, months 13 to 24, initial operations and FPS withdrawal from local policing. So FPS is a federal police service, and FPS withdrawal from local policing, months 25 to 42, and full consolidation with an independent evaluation and legislative review, month 43 to 60. So that's roughly where we are with the state policing. Is there anything else? Have I been going on too long? Are you guys bored with my voice? Let me see. What else do we have? Let me just bring you this. Actually, this is the roll call. The funeral service of El-Rufai's mother was pretty much a political event. So let's see who the runners and riders are. I hope this is a tabularized list. So these are the people present at El-Rufai's mother's funeral. Politicians who attended El-Rufai's mother's burial: Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, Nuhu Ribadu, the whatnot National Security Advisor, Rotimi Amechi, Ubasani of Kaduna State, and that's one of his biggest critics. They said El-Rufai's son was rude to Ubasani at that event. Niger State Governor Umar Bago. So note this name Umar Bago, because it will come into play as we start to build up to the next, not 2030. This name will start to build up as a successor to Tinubu in 2031. So note that name down, Umar Bago. Former Sokoto State Governor Aminu Tambuwal, former Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, Issa Pantami. So Issa Pantami's name, it was also recurring in the news today as he's about to make, I suspect, a big political move. Former Aviation Minister, Aerospace Development, Osita Chidoka, former Kaduna State Central Senator Shehu Sani, who else was there? And then, of course, Tinubu. So that's Ribadu right there at the event. So there's a clip of it. And those are the functionaries in attendance. So it's just interesting that Nuhu Ribadu will be there, because all of the speculation was that it was Nuhu Ribadu that kicked what's his name, El-Rufai, out of the APC. So is there anything else of any meaning that that I should bring to you? I think you guys should have had enough of me by now. All right, or my voice, I should say. All right. Let me play you the Kegite music. I'll send the link again. If anybody wants to come in, come in. Well, but make sure you are liking and you're subscribing. May I say hello to me in the comment section? Share the link, super chat. We played the Kegite music. That's the link in the comment section right there. If anybody wants to come in, come in. Where's the Kegite music?
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wike ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko ni riwa agbeshebe. That have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that. So joining us, Bishop. We got Bishop in the house. Always a delight when Bishop is here. AY, who has not been here for a moment. That's AY right there. And of course, the elegance that is Zita. That's Zita right there as well. So good day to you, lady and gentlemen. Still more spaces. Anybody that wants to hop on. So anybody that wants to hop on. Shall we do it the gentleman's way and go with Zita first? Zita, are you ready for us? She's in the fridge again. Always eating Zita. And she's only tiny. She's about she's size 8 in women's clothes, Zita, but she eats like a horse. So who is ready? Who's ready to go?
One mom. Only.
I
will speak later.
All right, Zeta. Good to see you. How about you?
How is everything? How is the family?
All right, we did, can't we?
Yeah. Yesterday I wanted to join you. Actually, I was so tired.
You know the hours that I come out, I'm surprised that anybody joins at all. It's just ungodly hours for anybody.
You are trying. I think a lot of you in the UK, like forefather, like you, you guys hours are very tough.
Very you know, for a Nigerian geared sort of thing, my focus should be the UK, the European and Nigerian time. But my lifestyle doesn't allow for that. So I come out when I come out. Some people watch it and watch back.
You know, billionaire like you, their time is tough.
You know what it says? I have a set of triplets.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That's amazing.
So I walk to their time, and there's one particular one that he doesn't go to bed unless I put him to bed. So,
wow. How is your wife managing with that? That's a lot of work, though.
We used to have someone with us, but then she had to go back to Nigeria. So that's what doubled it up somewhat, yeah.
Omo, you be bad guy, triplets.
I'm an Oyo man now, you know how it is.
Babao.
It's all that I'm analyzing it.
That's good. So I love this your headline though. PDP seek to adopt Tinubu as presidential candidate.
But can you see it as a thing? Because it's at the speculative stage. But as PDP continues to, Wike continues to take a firm hold of PDP, then it's a distinct possibility that they will just adopt Tinubu.
There is nothing to adopt now. There is nothing to adopt. PDP, they are with Tinubu already now. So, and really, where is the PDP? PDP is highly factionalized, right? The Wike PDP, they working for Tinubu day one. Like, except you are not a political analyst, everybody knows. I mean, Baki, they have said it. So all Wike have been doing to stabilize PDP is just to prepare them for Tinubu. There is nothing more. So there is nothing new. There is nothing strange. They are actually working for Tinubu since day one. That's just the reality. But what you are going to see a faction is going to break out that will support the ADC. Unfortunately, PDP, they will not have a presidential candidate. If they do, it's going to be more like just a kind of a show. So there is nothing to really discuss around there. So where the issues should be discussing. I don't know if you spoke about Kwankwaso.
Why would I not? Just on that PDP space. Yes. It can go one or two ways because they're still jostling for ownership of that party. But all of the indications are that party is now firmly in Wike's hands. Even Fayose said so. If that faction is in Wike's hands, Wike is the sort of personality that will make a formal announcement that they will not be fielding a candidate and they'll be working with their Tinubu, and that will take the space.
One man discussing PDP is just waste of time. There is nothing in PDP. I mean, the president, the APC, they have 32 governors now. What do they want again? They don't even need them. I think the election of 2027 is going to be between the people and the APC and Tinubu. So Tinubu, I don't know his political advisors. Tinubu needs to be super careful. Super careful. I'm telling you this. You might say a big revolt. The only way I know the election is going to be massively rigged, especially with this governor, their desperation. They want to install their favorite. It's going to be a lot of crisis. But the Kwankwaso issue, right? You remember we also discussed this. I was so convinced that because from my information gathering, Kwankwaso was ready to go to APC, but the negotiation, APC is a big party, right? I think Kwankwaso demands were too much, and APC could not have accept those demands. So,
but AY, his demand was right across. It wasn't his demand to the APC. It was his demand to the political space. He said for him to join any party, they either have to offer him their ticket or the vice slot. That window doesn't open in the APC, and that window doesn't really open in the ADC as well. But then APC then went behind his back and took his governor. And then I think this is an emotional reaction to what
sincerely,
yeah.
that's not actually correct. APC were negotiating with Kwankwaso and Abba Yusuf. They were negotiating with Kwankwaso and the governor, but Kwankwaso wanted them, he wanted a lot, to be honest. And for the governor, it was easier. So all the governors needed was, give me assurance I'm going to get second term ticket. Apart from that, the NNPP and Kwankwaso, their calculation was to stop Yusuf from contesting second term. These were the issues. So the politics of Kano is, I told you Kwankwaso is not a pushover. I know some of your panelists were like, oh, who's Kwankwaso? Blah, blah, blah. Kwankwaso is a big fish in Kano politics. Right now, Gawuna, who was the APC gubernatorial candidate in 2023, is moving to ADC to be the candidate of ADC. This is a problem for APC in Kano. The kind of political power Kwankwaso control in Kano politics, you don't even understand it, except you know somebody that is from Kano that will break this down for you.
I think you should be putting that phrase in the past tense. Because
no, it's not. Hold on. Let me tell you how Northern politics work. You see, Kano politics, when you hear the Talakawas, they move with this leadership. You see, the North, when they love some, you saw what happened when Peter Obi visited Kano. That crowd is not fake. It's not a fake crowd. Let me tell you one thing about Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso know they give shishi. You see that Peter Obi know they give shishi. Kwankwaso know they give shishi, but people got confused how he control the Talakawas. When you say the Talakawas in the North, these are the commoners. He has the power to control these people. So Tinubu, no, of course. Tinubu was actually working very hard to stop Gawuna from moving to ADC. And Gawuna is a very popular person in Kano as well. Having him with Kwankwaso, it might cause problem with APC. So don't forget, there is a sense of betrayal. Like a lot of the common people in Kano, they are seeing the governor betray Kwankwaso. So that space is a space to really watch. Kano is not, Kwankwaso is not a pushover in Kano politics. I'm telling you this for free. And not only that, Kwankwaso moving to ADC is also a boost to the party. This is just the reality. With Kwankwaso and people like El-Rufai in the same party in the North, they can cause you problem. They have mouth, they have crowd, they have the movement, they have the support. You saw even with the death of El-Rufai mother, you saw what is happening in Abuja. So these people know how to move. You can't underrate them. I know Tinubu understands the politics very well. He knows these are people he cannot toy with. So I think even with the El-Rufai mothers there, I will tell you what happened, right? 100% source information. They sent a private jet to Egypt.
We know that. Baba told us that yesterday. But you can say that. But before you go to El-Rufai, I want to show you some data. This is because we always go with data on this space. This is the data from this is Kano State in this is Kano State in in the last cycle of elections. So Kwankwaso got 58% of the votes. Tinubu got 30%. So now that 58%, that's around about 900,000 votes. Those are the figures for that. So with that, he got that under the state governor's popularity, the Kwankwaso movement, so he has lost the state governor. So that's
no. You are analyzing it wrongly. Let me help you with that.
You hold on. You don't think the state governor will take out of this 58%? They won't.
Let me explain it to you. Right. Gaduje was the governor then when this election was conducted. Don't forget the APC with their rigging machinery. They were in Kano to do their thing. So the issues were different. Kwankwaso was contesting for governor, but don't forget, Kwankwaso supporter across the north, there is this sense that, of course, they know Kwankwaso cannot win the election, so people don't want to waste their vote. Some of those votes moved to Atiku. Don't forget, Kwankwaso is going to be working with Atiku. This is a problem. So when you merge Atiku vote in Kano and Kwankwaso vote in Kano, then you should be having like probably 70% or 60-something%. So there are issues.
Hold on. Are you saying Kwankwaso will not lose part of this 58%?
See, the governor. So it really depends, right? What we need to wait for the presidential candidate of ADC and the vice, who is going to be on the ticket. So is Peter Obi, is he going to work with Atiku to be vice president? What is the agreement between Kwankwaso and ADC? I know there is an agreement. It could be in form of come to the Senate and be the Senate president. It could be anything. It could be there is an agreement. This is how these politicians move. So, but in summary, don't underrate Kwankwaso in Kano. That's a big mistake from anybody that wants to do that.
I think Kwankwaso will be humbled in Kano State. let me tell you the factors. Let me tell you the factors that humble him. Whatever popularity Ganduje still retained in Kano State is still
there. Ganduje don't have popularity in Kano.
But he must have something in Kano State. He was the two-term governor. He was the national chairman of the party, so he must carry some weight, whatever that weight is. The state governor is also in play. The Kwankwaso movement has been balkanized, and then you have the machinery of the federal space as well. All of that weighted against Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso will be humbled in Kano State.
No, I will give you an example. I will give you an example of Kano politics. I think when you look at Buhari, President Buhari, he will go to Kano fortnight to election and change the outcome of the election. This is what happened in Kano. Kano, not only Kano, the Northerners, the Kano especially, when they love you, they will follow. It's just like you see the movement when you check President Buhari political history. When he moved from one party to the other, he created a new party. He is the one moving. It's President Buhari movement, not PDP, APC, or whatever. So this is how they move. It's just like the Jagaban of Lagos. When Tinubu moved to a party or create a new party in Lagos, it's Tinubu's structure that is moving. It's not the party. It doesn't matter. That is why you see him. He was successful in AD. He was successful in ACN. He was successful in APC. So if Tinubu decide to move his structure to QQP party tomorrow, he can still retain Lagos because it's not about the party. It's actually about Tinubu's structure in Lagos. So this is how politics move. The people that have the capacity, this is how they move. So irrespective, it doesn't really matter. They just control their foot soldier. How we're moving to this direction. Everybody will align. So when people have political weight, that's what happens. You see, like Labour Party, you don't hear Labour Party again. All the obedient, they are moving to ADC. So Labour Party is going to be unknown in 2027. So that is for the Kano. The El-Rufai, I think the federal government, they are realizing their mistake now as regard to El-Rufai. I was saying this initially when El-Rufai, when they had issue when he was not giving minister. I said, if I were the president, I will quickly call Rufai and say, listen, look at the report on my table, look at my reasons, look at what's going on. What can we do? Okay, we salvage the situation. Allow El-Rufai to go to Senate and not approve was a big error. It was before that screening, you call El-Rufai and sit El-Rufai down, have discussion with him. Okay, we give you what these are my alternative. you know, you got to, because no matter what you're going to say, El-Rufai play a big role in Tinubu becoming president. I know a lot of people will disagree, but that's the reality. But now I think they are realizing their mistake. Tiger was released immediately. The mother died.
It was released. It was released temporarily.
Don't worry. These are just news. El-Rufai does not have a case really. He's gonna be free. There is nothing. So it's just they are just trying to bully him. It's not gonna work. The way he was arrested illegally, that is how he was released illegally. So it's okay, but these are gonna be political discussion. There is nothing, to be honest. The only thing is
wonders will never end. He didn't commit anything. He was arrested illegally.
No, Baba, please let me finish, Baba.
Go and tell the family of Daddy Yatta that he didn't commit anything. Go and tell them.
See, these are political persecution, but you might disagree, Baba. So it is a political persecution.
No. Sorry, Ewa, you still have the floor. It is political persecution, but the allegations, they have merit. All of them can go through that process. El-Rufai brutalized a lot of people during his reign. Now he did a lot of very nasty things.
Yeah, you see, let me tell you one thing. You see, Nigerian politicians are very funny. The truth is, you see, the system is corrupt. The system, you see, there is no politician in Nigeria. They even be obedient when they shout Peter Obi is a sin. If you go investigate Peter Obi, if federal government are ready to investigate Peter Obi, they will open his book. They will see something to nail it. All of them are not clean. They are not. Is it nobody that is clean? It's not. So this is the reality. So when you see them doing this kind of stuff, they are just, you don't align with them. You think, okay, let's assume El-Rufai is corrupt. El-Rufai stole money. You think El-Rufai is the most corrupt governor in Nigeria? So APC have all the corrupt elements. You look at Yaya Bello. Look at his case. What has happened to him? Not only that, a lot of them, they have blood in their hand. They are bullied. That's why when they discuss state police, that's my fear. The state governor, they act like what's it called? Bandits. Some of them, they act like, if you see what they do, they are very oppressive. So this is the reality. We cannot just deny this. I think what El-Rufai and the federal government need, they still need to have some kind of discussion. Have some kind. The El-Rufai that I know, there is no way.
All right. Anyway, give us about 3 more minutes and then I'll move it around. But stay with us for as long as you can, because I want to talk on
El-Rufai that no, there is no way it's going to move back to APC, at least this electionary cycle. The other thing is you see the hunger in Nigeria right now. So there is hunger in Nigeria. This is not really, the hunger has actually increased in the past couple of weeks since they started this Iran, Israel and US war. This is not as a result of Tinubu, but Tinubu, of course, is the president. Don't forget, the common man on the street, they don't even understand these issues. Like, you have the price of petroleum going up because of the price of crude oil is going up in the international market. I really don't understand why Tinubu is not looking at that space to cushion the effect of this crisis. I think one way they can do it, I feel like if you really want to subsidize gas, I think the federal government can come in, work with Dangote Refinery and say, listen, is that a form of giving them crude, at a discounted price, or doing some kind of arrangement, stop the price at 1,000 naira per liter at least, and refunding, kind of like subsidizing it for the people, even if it's for this next 6 months, until the war finish. But when the war is done, they definitely the price of crude oil is gonna decrease. That will decrease the pump price. So this is one area I can see as regard the economic hardship in Nigeria. Peter Obi relationship with Kwankwaso, that's another space to watch. These guys, you need to really watch them. Peter Obi, I think he's doing much better in terms of relating with Nigeria across board, unlike
But
2023.
hold on. What does that relationship actually mean? Because if Kwankwaso crosses over to the ADC, which we're anticipating it will do later on today, then because the only permutation for Peter Obi and Kwankwaso is for the two of them to move to a new party and then present themselves as a ticket. If they are both under the APC umbrella, both of them will struggle to get anything out. ADC umbrella, both of them will struggle to get anything out of it.
I have said it that there is no way on earth Peter Obi will get ADC ticket except Oga Atiku will sit down and say, I'm not courtesy, Peter Obi take the ticket. There is no way. But I also said, this is my personal opinion, I think there is some form of agreement between Atiku and Peter Obi to be vice president before he moved it to ADC. I think he's probably not telling people the truth yet. I still see that Atiku and Peter Obi might be on that ticket as president and vice president. But this is my personal opinion. Otherwise,
revise that opinion. Atiku is going to punk Peter Obi, just like he has always punked other politicians. The ADC ticket will
otherwise,
be
I'm
Atiku and Amechi. That's the ticket.
Otherwise, I'm seeing Peter Obi moving to a new party, either with Kwankwaso or with whoever. But that space is a space to watch in the next 2-3 months. At least everything will be clear to us. At least APC presidential candidate is well established, so we know it's gonna be Tinubu. There is no doubt about that, except that. So for the ADC, that's the space we really need to watch in the next 2-3 months. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So that's a banging way to start off the platform. Of always excellent submission. The thing with AY is that in Nigeria is his candidate, so he weighs it just down the line with the balance. Everybody else is prejudiced, but
so
Nigeria is his
no
candidate.
Attack me.
Don't worry, you will still get attacked.
I'm still,
but still, for as long as you can, because I want your thoughts on the state policing as well, as the details are starting to emerge. But before we continue, we do like 5 minutes monologues just to get through everybody fairly quickly. We kick it off with Bishop, 5-7 minutes, and then we move it around quickly so that people are not get well. Bishop, you ready for us? Bishop is here, ladies and gentlemen. Bishop. All right, we don't seem to have Bishop fully in body but not in spirit. Shall we go to Zita then, if Zita is ready for us, or to Baba if she's not? All right, Baba, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, one man. Let me start with the state police. I don't think that document, which is a very, very brilliant one, actually. I don't think it's a document prepared by the new team, which is headed by the new IGP, Tunji Disu. That document is just not something that takes weeks. It's a solid 1 year work minimum. That means Egbetokun has been sitting on that document for a very, very long time. And I said here, when he was kicked out, that he did a disservice not only to the Nigerian police or the federal government, but also the people of Nigeria, because he was not buying into it and he sat on that document. Imagine if we were to quickly pass that document on to the National Assembly, we will have gone very far. It's a brilliant document, very, very brilliant, in the sense that it advocates facing the integration of the local police, and went further to say not just a state police, but a department of that state police should also be handled by local government. That is one. Then they will get 3% of the national cake every month. That's another, and all we've said here, and there will be an ombudsman that will be a kind of arbiter between the state police and the federal police in case of in case of any dispute or disagreement. So I've gone through it, what they submitted, and I give kudos to the Nigerian police. So the work now, the bulk of the work is left now to the National Assembly. I pray that we can't, I don't see us starting it in this, in the next 10 months before the elections. It's not going to be possible. But I pray as soon as the elections are over and Tinubu is returned to power, that will be the first thing they have to implement. Because those people that are against it, they know why they are against it. And if they choose not to take off, they should not be given part of the 3% because all they know is sharing money. Because they have so, I don't know how, for the use of heavy language, they are just so silly in their complaints. We are suffering in the north. Our people are hungry. Our people are. Don't their governors receive out of the FAC allocations every month, like every other state in the south? Their governors receive money. What do their governors do with those monies? They put it in their pocket as usual. They don't want to face their governor. This is the Aso Rock they always look on to. They're a bunch of illiterates, and illiterates, they will remain forever. Because I hate even listening to them. And these are the Fulani people, generally. And I'm glad the North, the Hausa North, now their eyes are open and they are fighting back to take their states back. Because all the emirs, most of them, preponderance of the emirs in the North are Fulanis, which is actually a core Fulani state. How many are they in the North? How many are they in the North? The core Fulani state. And you have this feudalism thing in Sokoto where the Sultan sits on the throne of the Caliphate and lording it over the rest. The minority lording it over the majority. That is repugnant in a modern society. So I hope the Hausas would develop a political muscle to fight back and show them in the next cycle of elections that they don't own them. That they don't own them. Because when you were reading through your statistics 2 days ago, I was even surprised when you said that Kwankwaso himself is a Fulani. I've always thought that he's an Hausa person. So they are just everywhere. They are everywhere. And they are the problems of this country. In all spheres of life, they are the people who subjugated their people and put them down. The problem of Nigeria generally, because in the military, they've taken over.
Sorry, Baba. The problem with that Fulani culture is an exploitative culture, one, and then it's not a developmental culture, two, and it's an extractive culture, three. So what am I saying? We've seen with the subjugations of the Hausas, and then they take resources, but they don't develop anywhere. So it's just, look at every Fulani space that we've had. They've not expanded the economy outside of those resource dependency. So they'll take all the resources, do the barest minimum, and take all the money to the Middle East. That's always been their way. So they don't evolve or develop anything.
And yet they complain, they shout the loudest when it comes to complain. I don't blame them. Look, when our wives are trying to win a child, for instance, from sucking the breast, you know how difficult it is always been with the women. So this is this kind of situation too. To take that money off their mouth, that feeding bottle, that rent they've been collecting. It's not going to be an easy thing. And this is the only man that can do it. and is fighting them. Is fight to a standstill, and I love it. I love it. People who even make mouth as if they are supermen like Baba OBJ. What did he do? He kicked the can down the road just to please them. He kicked the can down the road, and that's where we are today. That's how we got to this position today. He had the best chance to restructure the country because we're just tired of the military, and at that time we were pliable. Whatever he propagated, then we will follow. And those that were really fighting, who fought for the democracy, a lot of them, the team A of that period, did not join because they don't believe the military will go. So he didn't do anything other than started harassing Jonathan, harassing Buhari, and writing letters upon letters. We don't even know the problem we are in. Must we always do everything the same way all the time? Is that not the definition of madness? That's the definition of madness. So let me go to Kano, Kwankwaso. I think he's an overrated politician. And I don't know why somebody will also discount the influence and political power of people like Ganduje. He ruled the state before this current one. I think he was the last one before he became APC's chairman. For 8 years, he has his own candidate. And when we are looking at, I don't think, other than the current governor getting his second term, I think that's just going to be the only fight. Outside of that, I don't think it's in the interest of the APC. All they want is to get their 400 and something back, which is substantial votes. Which is still, if they get that alone, that's 30%. That is more than, it counts for something, wouldn't he? If they need other, like 800, 900, 1 million votes, Lagos is there to provide that. And Rivers State, of course, is there, and several other states. So Kwankwaso going to ADC, it means nothing. The only thing that could come out of that alliance is if Atiku drops out and hand over the ticket of ADC to Obi, and Kwankwaso is a VP. Well, but will Atiku do that? As I sit here, I tell you, no. Atiku is not going to do that. Because there is an underground fight going on seriously with the village boys and the remainder of the obedient movement, because that also has been depleted. There is a serious pressure, a kind of fight, fingers crashing, face crashing from fingers with in that this thing. And the ADC people, the stalwarts, they are tired of it because they are not used to that kind of cat fights. And they are looking at them as, where are these people coming from? Who are these people?
Sorry, Baba, that space just because I didn't want you to move from there because, I was suggesting with AY that that vice presidential slot is not nailed on for Peter Obi, and it is especially because of that depletion in its followership. That's why I'm really hinging it on, because the political landscape knows that the Peter Obi's followership has shrunk quite aggressively, and they've tested him in election conditions, and it's been found wanting over and over and over again. The highlight of it being the Abuja local government something. So there are no guarantees even. I think they just want to cut him out of the way, just to remove. I don't think, and would Atiku want a vice president like Peter Obi and the noise that comes with him? I don't think he wants that now.
No way.
He wants a yes man. Somebody like that. Who's that funny guy that he ran with the last time? He doesn't want the noise of these people screeching and screaming as he steals money.
Exactly, because he can. I don't think they are just using him, because if you look, he went to Kano on Saturday. Okay, he got his ovation. Fine. 2 days later, Regbeshola was there to correct whatever impression he has given Kwankwaso. And when he's going to now defect, he did not go to Obi, who came to him on Saturday. He went straight to the numero uno of the party, which is Atiku. He was in Atiku's house last night. And that's where the deal was really, really concretized. Obi was absent in that meeting. It's a meeting of the Fulanis and Muslims, because Aregbesola was there. Because you have to look at the body language of politicians. He did not go to Obi, but the Obi gave impression on Saturday that, like, oh, he's working with Kwankwaso. My take there is, because according to Abdullahi, said, look, they don't have money. He confessed that they don't have money. So they will not go the route of the primaries, direct primaries, as the regulation proposes. So it may be just a consensus candidate. And if they are going to do a consensus candidate, who do you think, by popular acclamation, who do you think they will choose? It's a man that actually built the party, Atiku. And on that stage, where will Obi be? Where will Kwankwaso be? My reading of the regulation, I think it's a law now. I'm not too sure. Even as you look at it today, registered party members for ADC stand at 650,000. Minus Kwankwaso, we don't know. Kwankwaso may bring another 500 million. So even at that, all written might just be 1 million registered ADC member, where other parties are hitting 3 million. All these things count, because they are not looking at the letters and spirit of the new regulation and laws guiding the elections of 2027. So I don't know. I'm going to read that law again, which says once you are duly registered and you contest in a party, you cannot move again. I'm going to read it. If my memory serves, and that is the situation, then Obi and Kwankwaso are locked in. And that will further deplete the obedient movement support for ADC, definitely. And the Kwankwasia, I don't think they are going there to warm bench for anybody. To warm the bench for anybody.
All right, Baba. I want you to maybe speak on this topic as well before I move the mic a little bit. It says that Nigerians may demand tenure extension for Tinubu. This is Oluwo Fiwo. So what he was actually speaking to is a third term agenda. That's what he's speaking to.
But
so
I talked about it yesterday. You remember?
Yeah, but I also added an addendum to that the 6-year term, single term tenure for a president is in a second reading. So if that thing passes just before Tinubu signs as for a second term, could that second term then be the beginning of a 6-year term? Could his next term actually be 6 years based on what is happening in Parliament at the moment?
Well, this is what's going to happen. This is what I see. Reading the tea leaves, Tinubu is not interested in the third term. He is not interested in third term. Nobody's promised tomorrow, but if we leave, I'm telling you this, we'll all witness it. People maybe it's a kite they are flying, and nobody's going to change the constitution. Nigeria is not Rwanda. Nigeria is not Togo. Neither Ivory Coast. Nigeria is Nigeria. It's a complex society. that kite is dead on her. It won't fly. But the thing is, even the opposition, maybe for mischievousness, they are mounting it. Oh, his agenda is third term. Okay, if you are mounting that to say his agenda is for the third term, that means you've given up on 2027, that he's going to coast home free. So why don't you surrender? Because the brilliance of that 2027 is PDP, which they underrated so much, nobody talks about. PDP won the local government election in Abuja, where others have not won anything. Where others have not won anything. PDP has structure. They did not just rule for 16 years for nothing. Their structure still remain, even though if it's going to be in tatters, but it is still there. They prove their point. They prove their point. And if they go into factions, now that Wike has conducted this thing, because the INEC officials were there, they sent a very good representation, a senior advocate of one of their returning officers, what did they call them? He was there. None was present in Ibadan convention. So the Wike, actually, they are holding sway there. So they are the ones recognized by INEC. I saw Natasha there giving a speech, a very important, I think, speech there today. She's not anybody's fool. Nobody can lead her by the nose. So she knows where her bread is being buttered. So if she's there, that is the PDP known to the authorities, to INEC. And they have given the presidency slot to Asiwaju. And that's a big one. That's a big one declared. What has ADC done? Nothing. None of them. Obi left LP. He did not collapse LP into ADC. Kwankwaso is leaving NNP, NNPP. It's not bringing along NNPP structure. It's not collapsing it into. Where
that was what I was debating with AY just now. And it feels that
where did the article came from? He didn't bring the structure with him. Amechi has nothing. All they do is, and I dislike this statement, is APC versus the people. Who are the people? All this internet thing, do they have voters card? Preponderance of them are outside the country. They will not even show up. Most of them have given up, other than just foaming the mouth and start abusing people. That's they are stuck in trade presently, and that emanates from their frustration. The people who vote are the market women, the traders, National Association of Nigerian Students.
All right, bring it on, Baba. We'll move it around.
Okay, let me just quickly touch on.
I still want to hear from you on two topics as well, but if you bring it on, then we'll look it around and then there are not that many.
Let me bring it on by talking about El-Rufai. Look, I said yesterday, I'm quoting from Don Corleone of in the Godfather's trilogy. You have a dangerous man ruling us. Who knows where he's going? Who planned for this? He will not show. Have you ever seen him show anger at anyone? Has he addressed the nation extensively, like people are demanding? He will roast El-Rufai. Quote me any day. What they did over the weekend and everything, you know, when they want to roast you, they first ply you oil and telling you that will smoothen your skin. And think that would be a moisturizer. But they are just rubbing you so that you roast like suya. He is going back to court. And he has committed a lot. The Cardinal National Assembly are the ones who own the case at ICPC. The Cardinal government owns the case with EFCC. And the SSS owns the case of phone tapping And there is also the civil matters of those who he has armed, caused harm, caused grief. I talked yesterday about a class action being filed and headed by Professor Odin Kalu. You think they are joking? This man who has a lean and hungry look, he's a dangerous man. That's El-Rufai, if I have to quote Julius Caesar. And we are in the eyes of man, eyes of Mash. Another Julius Caesar quote by the soothsayer predicting the assassination of Julius Caesar. March is still 2 days. The eyes of March is taking place. A lot of these politicians will be buried and cut to size and put in their place. Enough is enough. Thank you, woman. One man.
Sorry, I was talking. I was.
Baba, why are you provoking now?
No, I don't like when people they wear chips on shoulders of people who are nothing in our politics now. They are not seeing what is happening. El-Rufai, who be El-Rufai?
El-Rufai, you are asking who is El-Rufai? El-Rufai is a demon.
Okay, that's good. Exactly my word. I say he has a lean and hungry look. Mean and hungry look. Lean, mean and hungry look. Thank you, woman.
You guys can continue. I'm busy.
All right, I was going to continue. So let's see if Bishop is ready for us now. Otherwise, we go to Prince Daddy. Bishop, you there still? No? Yes? Maybe? All right, let's go to P. Diddy. Prince, you there? All right, we don't have Prince, so
yeah, I'm here, woman, but
I
was going to send you an invoice for hotel bills. Coming here to take a nap.
Who's next on the list?
If you're not ready, we can loop round to Baba or
AY has to come in again.
Yes. So AY, have you spoken on the state policing? Because the way they are crafting it now, it looks, the concerns about it being hijacked for political, by politicians for their political whatnot. It looks as though there's mitigation for that. So are you following that space, and what are you making of what's being proposed by the police force? AY. What does AY stand for? Is it Ayo? It's usually Ayo. Yeah, okay. But
I'm not actually following up on that.
It's a full animal.
But basically, the state police. Farabale.
Hello, Farabale.
Oh, can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Who did there with you?
Yeah. Sorry. My mic was so basically like I'm not following up on the state police, but here is what I'm going to say. There is no going back on the state police. There is no going back. Yeah, there are going to be challenges as regards how these governors are going to behave like mini dictators, but that is not enough, right? So that is not enough. The fact that you are going to get it to us in there, we still drive. We have to be proactive. The best way I think this can be done is to get the experience, like former Inspector General of Police, the former top police people that are experienced in this field. I think this is the kind of committee we need to have. They will look at, how can we structure the state police. I think is gonna be like the best way. Then, before they can start discussing it in the Senate, in the House of Reps, in the Senate, there is no going back when it comes to state police. I'm really, really in full support of state police. I think Tinubu should take that very, very seriously, because the states which we are now, like what is going to be the composition as well. For example, are we going to have all people from Lagos State in the state police, like Lagos State indigene, what percentage of Lagos State indigene should be in Lagos State Police Force? What percentage of the control too, the structure generally? I would still suggest we have like IJ will still oversee the activity of the police. We kind of have like just the way we have the FBI and the state police. So there, I know definitely they are gonna look at those like, okay, let's have like, at what point do we call a case a federal case, a federal crime, or something like that? These are all issues. I don't know much detail about what is going on, but definitely I'm in support of state police. I think they should not be going back on that.
Let me give you some of the what they are proposing. So they are proposing that local offenses, domestic violence, homicide, armed robbery, that's the state police, interstate crimes, terrorism, etc., that's federal. And then they are also proposing that the federal government will give, there's an allocation of a 3% for state policing. And then within that allocation of 3%, they are going to do it on the basis of the state's income in terms of what they get from the federal government and their internally generated something, their population and land mass. So that's going to be considered as well. And then the present police force, the federal will retain 40% of that force, and then they will give incentives to officers that want to redeploy to either their home states or a state of their choosing. So there's that. So they'll give them like a 3-month package to facilitate that. And then at the heart of that state policing will be community policing. So that will be the underpinning of it. And then they are going to embed in it mechanisms that will prevent it from being hijacked for political motives by the state governors. So they're embedding that in that as well. But then they want to space it out over 40-something months. So the first phase will take 1 to 12 months. And then the next phase will take from that 12 months to about 20-something months. So it's not something that will happen immediately, but it will happen over a minimum of about 40-something months.
Sincerely, that sounds really good. As regard, especially the community policing, that is the direction we should be going in such a way that you have people in community should police their community, because they are still the best people that understand the terrain, understand their environment. So 40% federal, I think that's a bit too much. I would have suggested like 25% federal, less 75% from the state. So, but again, we have people that are experienced in this area. I think they are doing their thing, but I think everybody should be on board with state police. In the end, it's going to be more beneficial to the country. Like what we currently have, where they will send Mainu from Maiduguri to River State, where he doesn't know nothing, what is going on. He doesn't even know the environment. It's going to take forever for him to understand. I don't think this is really working. So I think the state police, we need to take it very, very seriously. So I'm in full support of that. Hopefully Tinubu can achieve this. This is a kind of restructuring we'll be canvassing for. Restructuring does not necessarily mean we have to alter the status quo. There are things that needs to change. Tinubu is very crafty. So probably in his second tenure, if he's able to win the election, I think he's gonna come with a lot of reform, a lot of kind of restructuring. We have to look for things that can work for the people, that can work for the country, because the governors, they are not helping matters. That's why I blame the president sometimes, but I blame the governors more, but people tend to blame the federal government more. You see, the state governors are my biggest problem in Nigeria project. The way they act, the way they behave. I think Baba was saying something about some of them, you will be shocked how ignorant they are. They don't even understand the issues. So their interest is just get the money and the bezel and just move on to the next phase. Wait for the next month. I think if there is anything Tinubu can change that we really, really love, if he's able to come back, he should look at this era of everybody coming to Abuja to collect money. We need to look for a way to stop this madness, because again, that is not also sustainable. Resource control should be a thing that should be on the table.
Yes, that's what will stop the nonsense.
Yeah, let it stop so that everybody will sit up. So if you are not, the idea, oh, Zafara don't have enough, everybody have enough resources. The thing is, I usually describe it this way, Baba. If we are children, if we are 5 children of the same father, our father is, after graduation, our father is giving us, say for example, $2,000 every month, and let's say I'm going for an interview, I even get somebody to pay me $2,500. You think I'm going to take the job? You are getting free money already. You are used to it. So let everybody sit up. The only thing I think that where the federal government can come in, the federal government can look at the state and say, okay, what are your economic plan? For the first couple, you can take a state, for example, for the first couple of years, let's say in 5 years, you have this economic plan, you want to develop this industry, you want to develop agriculture. Okay, federal government can match it for you. Let's say, because you definitely, some states will be more buoyant, you can support those states for a period of time so that every state will be self-sufficient. In the north, they have the power to feed the whole of West Africa from agriculture. So this idea of some states don't have the resources, to me is BS. The gold, people have been complaining. In Oshu State, in Zamfara State, there is a lot of gold that are not accountable for. By the time you do that, it is now the duty of Zamfara State governor to see that, you see, this is a source of income for this state. You have to look for a way to make sure the resources you are getting from there is going to the right channel. So this because it's not sustainable when you keep going to Abuja every month, governors are doing nothing, they collect the money, they pretend they are doing one road, they're doing nothing and just make the people wretched, they are not creating jobs, they are not doing anything. It's very frustrating. It's not sustainable. I think it's an area I would really, really love to see Tinubu look into.
Most of the governors even stay 3 weeks out of 1 month in Abuja. They don't go to their state.
They live in Abuja. They live in Abuja. Okay, you saw today, Baba, if you were watching the what's it called? The funeral space of El-Rufai mother. You saw almost all the governors were there. Most of them, they're not that they travel.
Didn't fly in, they live there.
They live there. So why are you a governor in Borno State? You are in Abuja for 3 months. And what kind of madness is this? So I would really want Tinubu to touch all of them. Then I will start singing Tinubu very well. If he can touch them, yeah, despite they are in your party, read the Riot Act. Let them know, listen, this is for the people.
Is that not for the state assembly, though? I don't think that's a federal.
No, it's a federal. No, not state assembly. Not state assembly, no.
No, but they will tell you there is a separation of power. It's a constitutional, it is a function of the constitution. Actually, what they do with their money is no business of the federal government. Is their constitutional right.
No, let me tell you one, Baba, where you hit them. You go to, now, the APC, they control the Senate, they control the rep. They have, in fact, I think they have up to 2/3 in the Senate now, if I'm not mistaken.
You mean APC?
APC,
more than that. More than that.
You use, now that is a big advantage. Use the Senate, use the rep, use it against them. Tell them, you stay away and said, oh, I'm not involved. Oh, that's the job of the, what's it called? The legislatures. So you tell them you are not involved. You push them to do the right thing. Like this is going to benefit the people in the long run. Because you see, some of the things we do, they are not sustainable. But we just toy with them for now. Hopefully they don't cause bigger problem before we realize that they are not sustainable. You know, like, sincerely, I think that's just the way to go. And that is going to help.
It's resource control, because you can't control the government. Let everybody chop whatever they have in their state and give maybe 25%, 30% to the center to supervise everything. Because it's just irritating to see that, because it's easy. It may show your state now, go to their own, let's say Yobe, for instance. Oh, you are complaining. Look at the train services in Lagos. Look at the electric train. That's where they are putting all our money. So they only give us peanuts. It is easy to lie to the people, particularly when the presidency have a weak messaging mechanism. They are not even disseminating anything. So a lot of Nigerians are ignorant. They are ignorant.
Even Baba, as a matter of fact, make it flexible in such a way that if Ogun State decide to say they want to go borrow money from Lagos State, let them go. If they Lagos State borrow their money, let them go. If
Lagos with Nasarawa and Niger, they went there to get a land allocation, and they want to use that as a farm. Particularly for this thing in Ekpe, the rice polishing machines. So they are planting rice in both Nasarawa and Niger State. This kind of collaboration.
So these are kind of things like it's just the way to go. This is gonna be hard in the first couple of years, but it is the way to go.
The South can feed themselves. Look, even Lagos,
they not will resist it though, because they depend heavily on federal largesse.
Look, woman, let me shock you. When they say, "Oh, North feeds South," do you know in Lagos State, up to the late 60s to early 70s, do you know we have cocoa farms in Lagos? Do you know we have cocoa?
I never knew that.
Look, if you go to anybody along Isolo, when you cross from the Palm Avenue Junction and you are going to Daleko, from that point on to Daleko in the 60s, there are cocoa farms. Then behind the cocoa farms, if you go deep to, as if you are going to, from the behind of that place, as if you are going to Alafia, you have cassava farms. You have cassava farms. I'm telling you that Lamba today. We have cocoa farms even in Lagos.
You see?
You look at the Daleko today, it's all houses, market. Well, from that Palm Avenue you see today, you only have few houses between the last house, I won't call the number, to Daleko alone. That's why they call it Daleko. Nobody there. All farmlands. And today we've become so lazy because of oil money, and we say, "Oh, it's not." No.
Yeah, Baba, it's also
okay
for some states to be richer than some states. Even in America, you see some states are richer than some states. It's okay. So it is not the responsibility of those governors to say, okay, how do we improve the revenue of the state? How do we? How do they say? Sow your quote according to your size. So you plan according to what you have, then this is just the way to go. I don't know why they are not seeing this. Hopefully, I think Tinubu, he understands this issue.
Mr. Ewe, good morning, sir. Can I just come in a bit? Because I have to go to work.
Sure,
Thank you, sir. Good evening, woman. I've been a good morning. Okay. Yeah, Baba, I'd already greeted now. You guys are just rapping, like say you put and they make music. So as long as you have copied American system, you have to go with it 100%. You know what I'm saying? So all this grammar, overstressing the analyzing. It doesn't make a sense. It doesn't make sense. You are operating a federal system of government, and all the components of that particular system have to be embraced 100%. You know what I'm saying? All these choose and whatever they call it, it doesn't make a sense, from the people. So that's why we say we must divide that country. Not be saying that grammar. We have to divide the country so that people like us that knows how things are being run in abroad, in the white people's land, then we carry out all the whole system. We do it properly. All this, say 4 years. What is 4 years? Resource control have to confess. So there was a point you made there about teaching them how to manage their resources. Then before they have to take care of the security system. You see, their insecurity, whatever you call it. What the hell is going on? The system is not working. The system is failure. People are dying. No power. No, not the 3 years. We don't see anything being put on ground to secure people, electricity power. Nothing is going on. The system is just totally, systemic failure. That's it, sir. Thank you very much for allowing me to just come in,
One man, the other thing I need to speak on is this extension of the tenure of the president you were talking about.
Yes.
I kind of align with Baba. I don't think Tinubu is ticking along this line, but if he's ever ticking along this line, I think that would be the biggest mistake of President Tinubu, because he should learn from history what happened to Obasanjo. Even if they offer that on the platter of gold, he should not even try. He should not dare it. If you want to, it's not a fight you want to see, because Nigeria are gonna fight him very seriously. If at all there is a discussion around tenure should be 6 years of single term, it should start from the government after Tinubu. Not
exactly.
You should not take advantage of it. Tinubu, Tinubu has been in the political space for a long time, so he knows better. To be honest, I don't think it's helpful.
I don't think it's helpful.
I don't think it's helpful. I think opposition can do a lot too. Yeah, it's a period of electionary campaign. So you're gonna see a lot of propaganda, you're gonna see a lot going on. But I really don't think so. Even if you try it, or more, even me, I'm gonna go.
I will forget it.
Yeah, yeah. I
will
not
take
on
his plate.
Yeah, I don't think. I really don't.
It's not on his plate.
Yeah,
they just want to win the second election, just to do exactly what he has designed.
Once you one man before I leave the space. So, I know Baba was talking about the Kano politics. The truth is, the outcome of Kano election is going to be different from 2023. But you see, Tinubu, when it comes to politics, he think ahead. This is what the opposition they don't understand about him. The advantage of Tinubu right now, he has conquered the South. It's a problem, and the opposition were sleeping when he was doing all that. The South now is fully conquered. It's locked down for Tinubu. This is a problem. And the opposition, how they are going to try to break that is going to be a lot of work, because the obedient movement that happened, for example, in Edo State in 2023 is not going to repeat in 2027. So you see, Nigeria, when you analyze this to them, the day you support them, they are hailing you. The day you disagree with them, they say you are enemy. But me, I'm ready to be that enemy. I don't really care. But before 2023 election, I told my friend, I repeatedly telling them Peter Obi was going to win Edo State. Peter Obi will win Delta State. I said, if you allow free and fair election in South, Peter Obi will win at least 4.
How did the guys squander that gift?
No, it's not him. It's not him. Baba, let me tell you.
I think that result caught him off guard. I don't think he had the anticipation they would do as well as.
No, it's not him. Let me tell you what is going on in Edo, Delta State. Okay, let me break that. During 2023 election, the governor of Edo State was PDP. The APC was a strong party in Edo North. That's Oshomole. You can't defeat Oshomole in that senatorial district as long as he supported Tinubu. So they kind of divided the state. After that election, with the failure of Obaseki, with his behavior in Edo State, the whole of all the political leaders in Edo State now, they are all in APC. Let me be fair, 99.9% of political leaders in Edo State are in APC. The PDP structure moved into APC. The Labour Party...
John Oyegun is not in APC now. John Oyegun. John Oyegun.
No, he was in APC.
Who was John Oyegun?
Yeah, but it's not now. It's an ADC man.
He's an ADC man.
John Oyegun cannot win his local government, man. Quote me anywhere. Johnny is not known in the politics of Edo State. So now you have the governor controlling the Edo Central. Oshomole is controlling Edo North. The Edo South, the Benin, is always like, you have a lot of big wings in APC too. The people, they are very sophisticated as well in terms of voting. So, there will be a lot of thuggery. That's what I'm seeing in Edo State. So there is no way Peter Obi is going to win Edo State. In Delta, this is again the same. The PDP moved their structure. The governor and the PDP structure moved into APC. And APC was a strong party in Delta already. This is a problem. So now you have all the political wings, they are all in APC.
You know something that will also factor heavily in the politics of the South is the Lagos Calabar Superhighway.
Yeah, so
I think that will factor in.
So
you guys are not looking at the Southwest. Makinde and Adeleke. Makinde, now that Wike has taken over the structure of PDP, where is Makinde headed?
No.
Makinde, well, it's been in meetings with the ADC people now. We saw him with Kwankwaso.
I don't like directly opposition. Makinde is still going to be a force in Oyo politics. The only one.
No, which party? You need party.
Yeah.
Where is he headed?
Even if he said DC, even if he's gonna move, he's gonna make that decision. Makinde is gonna be a force.
I think he will go to ADC because he has a kind of hatred for Wike. So he's going to ADC, no doubt about that.
There is a better chance in ADC for Makinde. So he's only when is Oshu election?
But with his money, August, with his money going to ADC, he's not going to just drop the money on the table. He has to. He will ask for something.
There will be negotiation now, but in Oshu State, right? If a core party, if APC win the election of Oshu State,
or APC will win it, everybody they have to prove themselves.
Yeah, they have to prove themselves. So if APC win the state, it's gonna be then Tinubu is gonna take the state. So, but on your state, you still have to.
I don't think APC will win Oshu State at the gubernatorial
APC will
level.
win.
Adeleke is extremely popular there, extremely.
You know why? It is an ego thing. You get my point. The former governor, whom he beat, is now a minister, and the APC Guba candidate there, because of the Aregbe Shola factor, so it's just going to be fight to finish. And of course, with the power of incumbency in Abuja, they want that state back to prove to Aregbe Shola that he is nothing. It's a must. But that's the first bloody nose they have to give to Aregbe Shola and ADC by this thing. Yeah, go ahead.
The question, you see, the opposition divided themselves is a problem. I don't know the candidate of the APC and the ADC so well, but I think Oshu politics, I know if Aregbe can work with the governor, which I don't think is going to happen, it's too late. That they would have been able to defeat APC, but it's gonna be hard. I don't defeat APC, but sincerely, I'm just watching that space. I don't know the detail about the politician.
It's gonna be bloody and interesting.
The candidate of APC and ADC, but
I can't remember APC this thing now, but it's very important, very popular
you
politician.
can't rule Adeleke out. Adeleke is definitely popular, and it appears people love him as well.
Actually, it's not Adeleke's fault because he wanted to actually go to APC, but because of that factor, so it's the politics is just too dirty there. They pushed him out or they rejected him.
There
was the rumor that Makinde tried to join the APC also, and they
no, I don't think so. Makinde will not join APC.
You know what? Irumole Tunje Jollof called him. He called Makinde child of perdition. Today, India.
You know, Baba. Let me tell you this. You know who Makinde, the lacks of Amechi, the lacks of they might be positioned themselves for even vice president in 2031. So this is the politics you see that is playing out. So Makinde don't want to subject himself to Tinubu. Of course, he has.
But what will he be doing for 4 years?
Sorry, I think Makinde is positioning himself for a vice president, but not in 2031. I think he's doing that in 2027, and he wants to do that under the ADC.
Baba, let me tell you, one man. ADC are not going to give Makinde vice president ticket because the reason is this. They know the Southwest, the Yorubas are not going to give up president and go for vice president. So the politics is very deep. So I think the best bet for ADC vice president, it should come from the Southeast or South-South. You can't pick a president from the Southwest because it's not going to add much to your vote, because the Southwest, they are not going to give up the president and said, oh, now we want to vote, we want our son to be vice president. This is the politics. So I don't think ADC will even look.
I think he's in trouble because the arrangement he had was to bring in 10 billion and grab the vice presidency.
I heard that.
He will pair with Atiku. But with this Kwankwaso, BDA, and things like that, but they don't have money and they need money because El-Rufai's accounts have been blocked. Malami accounts. Did you see that video where Malami was crying when he went to lock up the properties? He was crying.
No, I saw a scuffle. I saw a scuffle at his gate.
He was crying. Why are you embarrassing me? And cleaning his eyes. I didn't pity him. We can crocodile tears. He was really pained.
You see, if you see
it would be, look how powerful Malami was under Buhari, and look how
that is to show you now.
Power is salient. How all the ADC people should, APC people should realize that, because what they are talking about corruption. My own is let Tinubu grab those you can grab. People who come after Tinubu will also grab Tinubu's people. So this vicious cycle will continue. Those the ones that Tinubu did not capture because of party affiliation or anything, the people that will take over from Tinubu will also grab them. So it's a cycle.
One man, let me tell you, so politicians, they don't realize what you just said now. Like, when PDP were in power, you know what is called arrogance? PDP thought
that was the Babangida and Liu and the rest of them.
PDP, the PDP that I'm just laughing at them.
Do you remember those names? We never talked Babangida and Leo, Sule Lamido.
Yes, now
these were the people throwing Agbada all over Nigeria, and you thought yes.
They were so powerful, they thought they were gonna stay in power for 100 years. You see, OBJ, that's why I like OBJ. When it comes to election, it was during PDP, you will conduct an election, they will tell you a state, the governor won the election by 5 million votes. When the state, the population is not even up to 5 million. They do all kind of stuff.
When they are talking of fair and fair election, do they even remember 2003 election?
Bro,
OBJ, that's the worst election ever.
That is why when I hear them speaking today,
people were still at the polling units voting, and results have been declared.
But is that worse than the one that brought in Yadua? Even Yadua said
that's the one 2003. Okay, that's another one 2007. That one is even worse.
Baba, you remember Mr. Fislit? You remember Mr. Fislit? And then he was facing the election as if he's just playing chess. That is why today
they don't learn anyway. Where's the Anini today? They don't learn politicians.
God. That is why today, when it comes to Nigeria politics, I respect Tinubu so much. I don't know how Tinubu survived Lagos with PDP evasion for 2 tenure. Even after that, Fashola, they fought Tinubu. I don't know how Tinubu survived in Lagos, to be honest. Obasanjo was brutal.
It's an Ogboni now. Of course he will survive.
Tinubu is tough. He's tough.
That guy, man.
Even
suddenly it's acting like a gentleman now. We all know
it's not though. Tinubu is not
See,
there.
you are
The African
you are talking about Tinubu's and the OBJ's fight. That's not the real fight. The fight was against the Awolowo bloc when he came in under AD as the first time governor, the late Baba Desoya and all those old Okogus. Those people, he slapped them, and they can't believe it until they went to their graves.
Do you remember how they tried to rope him in with the Funshaw Williams narrative?
I know.
He shocked them and they shocked him.
Let me tell you. You see Baba Adebayo, may so rest his peace, and what's it called? The other PDP
I've forgotten all their names now. Those are all crowd.
Even but then George, will you now see when they're speaking about Tinubu? I'm like, this Tinubu still their wife.
He was so technical with them, you understand? He just left their AD for them and formed ACN. They thought it was a joke. He even left ACN and sent it to ACE.
No.
He was so technical with them. And
no.
Then Vex die. Then Vex go their grave.
Tinubu's strategy is quite simple, you know. He buys strategic people all the way through his political careers.
That's what I heard about.
Especially when he doesn't need them, you know.
Yeah.
So if he's buying you, and you know that you're of no use to him, and then you wonder why he's buying you. But then 10 years down the line, when he knocks on your door,
he'll call in the favor.
Yeah. Do you know that he even influenced this Sultan of Sokoto becoming the Sultan? He told us stories of how Tinubu helped him throughout his career in the army, etc.
That's what I usually say. I say Tinubu prepared sincerely. If you watch Tinubu political trajectory from when he became governor in Lagos, he knew where he was going. So the first thing, he was able to get the resources. Tinubu sponsor a lot of people. People think it's only in Southwest too. Even Gege, that is
all over.
I'll tell you
even Ladoja coming back to power after impeachment. Tinubu he sponsored it.
When Gege had a show in Anambra, Tinubu was in
you made the TikTok guy.
During you see why Oshomole is close to Tinubu.
No, hold on. AY, are you talking about the TikTok guy, Gege?
In Gege, Chrissy Gege.
Gege. All right. I thought you said Gege.
No, sorry. The Chrissy Gege is the former governor of Anambra. You see, when Oshomole had the show, when Obasanjo rigged him out in Edo, Tinubu was there. You see the guy, to be honest, if you follow Tinubu political trajectory, he is a dangerous guy, man. Don't mess with him. He's dangerous.
That's why I'm shaking my head all the time. That they don't know this guy. He is you can define him as evil personified.
After Tinubu, Yoruba land will be naked, though, because I don't think we have any other power.
Yeah, there is no leader like him. I think the person that was supposed to occupy that space was Aregbe. Aregbe, for some reason, he fell out.
Aregbe Shola has a little bit of Tinubu in him.
Yeah, but right now, after Tinubu, it's gonna be tough for Yoruba.
Fashola would have been good, but I don't think he's interested in politics
is not a politician. I don't know why.
He's a technocrat.
He's a technocrat.
He's a technocrat.
Fashola is not a politician. You see, by the time Tinubu finished, now Tinubu is literally one of the most successful politicians in Nigeria. That's what it is. That's the history. So he's from governor, he sponsored a lot of people to be governor, to be senators, to be rep, to be this. So like I don't know how he did it. I wish I can meet with him one day and have discussion with him. I would really love to meet with him.
He will write his memoir. Don't worry, he will write his memoir.
I hope he writes
when
that.
He leaves power, I have people that can connect me with him. I will see him. I'll go and give it to him.
The house is always like Mecca. It's not easy at all to see.
Yeah. Not now when he's the president. If he leave power, I have people that can get me to him. I can see him, to be honest. I will need to sit down with such people and have personal discussion.
What are we making of Shea Tinubu? because when Tinubu went to
that guy is a spoiled kid, man.
when Tinubu went to the burial of El-Rufai's mother, as the camera panned from Tinubu, about 4 steps behind him was Sheyi still. And it seems at the PDP convention as well, it was there, glad handing Ganduja. They said he snubbed Yaya Bello, by the way. Glad handing everybody. You know, is that guy, is it too visible? Is it too can you imagine the level of money that boy will be making? You know, because everybody sees him as access to Tinubu now. He will just be making money hand over fist.
You see, they talk about people, children.
Yeah, she know nothing, man. He's gonna learn the hard way, man. You know, the Tinubu he's from the trenches, man. She is a spoiled kid. What does he understand? Does he understand anything? He has never struggled for money. He has never worked. Sincerely, he doesn't understand it. The truth is, Tinubu is gone today.
But what do you think his play is? Because I think everything he's doing now is a calculated.
You know, one man, there is the first child of the first lady. Nobody's watching that guy, but with his mother's backing, they should watch out after 2031.
Tinubu is from another woman, isn't he? It's not Remi's son.
Yeah.
No, it's not Remi's son.
It's not Remi's son.
Remi's son, first son, is Yinka.
Baba, the one that died, you see the same mother with Sheyi? What's his name? He died like maybe 10 years ago or 10 years ago. Something.
And there's another girl that is a lesbian in London, isn't there?
I saw the video, man. I don't know. You see, Sheyi, Sheyi and Yalo.
Do you like him? Is he a likable character, Sheyi?
Honestly,
he's quiet and he's a nice guy, but
he's respectful though, because
I'm very respectful.
He's always
but
frustrating to everybody.
His anger's on. I don't like his anger's on. The company he keeps, though maybe for political reason.
You mean those city boy, the Okubana chief priest and whatnot?
One man, do you have a PR firm that you're trying to launch or something?
Dr. BT, what are you doing here? You didn't go for Lishabi Day. Did you see OBJ there in Warriors
Gown? I saw him with
Balogun. He couldn't even carry the hat, the crown of Balogun.
I saw him with showing car with their usual banter now, back and forth. It was fun to watch. I didn't go.
Who is older? Who is older out of the two of them?
Officially, Yinka is 92, Baba is 90. But they used to call Baba Egbon when they were in secondary school. So Shoyinka has thrown banter before that. You won't be our Egbon. How come you can't be 90? I'll be 92.
Although Obasanjo told us that he doesn't know when he was born.
He told us plainly that he doesn't know. He's just using his chest.
But sadly, our boy lost yesterday. Israel, they beat him.
I don't know why. Since he went to that Celestial Church when he came here, that's where he lost. They took his spirit from him. I don't know why he went to that place.
So it is,
really? What do you think of Palarabi? What in Loisik here?
One man to collect Australian dollar. I don't know why he did that. Boxing is hard work.
That boy beat him.
I was embarrassed.
He was bleeding. I'm like, man,
I don't follow that sport. It's too brutal for me, man. I don't like gory sports.
It was a disgrace. It was a disgrace. He should stop fighting. If not, he will just die in the ring one day. And I see him a broke man within few years, just like
no. His father invested his money well. Do you know the amount of estates he has in Lagos?
Well, I hope that could sustain him in his lifestyle, because if people, somebody like what's the other?
It's a private jet lifestyle now, isn't it?
What about that? The boxer in Florida, what's his name? Mayweather. Mayweather is broke.
Is he?
Yes. No.
I thought it was
that guy.
No, I didn't know that.
That guy made close to over $1 billion in his career. and he's blown everything.
I thought it was quite frugal with his money. Maybe.
And people like Oscar Laoya didn't earn much. He's doing well. He's doing well. He wants to come back now.
At the age of 50, how old is he now?
So one more now. No, one man
in his 40s.
It will become like Mike Tyson being beaten up by a YouTuber.
One man in America, you know how we know you have gambling problems when the bookies are the ones organizing your boxing matches. That means you are owing some bookies. You know where bookies, right, woman? So he's owing some. He needs to pay some gambling debt. So even that 40 million that he's going to get from this upcoming match with I don't know who's fighting, that money is already spent. It's for his gambling debt that he has.
All right, I don't know how we ended up there, but is anybody following the Sowore versus the Obedient versus Alex Oti?
What man? Sorry. Let me ask you honestly, because we've had fans of Sowore on this platform for years, 3 or 4 years. Do you think Sowore is an APC plant?
I probably not. I wouldn't. That's not my first instinct to think that. What's led you to that thought?
No, because there's this thing with the Obedience now, like this narrative of trying to paint him like he's working for Tinubu. Or
no, you can't go with anything the Obedience say now. You know, so they went to Abia State and they rubbished Alex Oti, and then of course that's red meat. That's like a
but one man. Here's my issue with Sowore. Why is it? Because he said he's very blunt, he's very candid. Why is he refusing to point out that tribalism in
it nearly did in that space, you know, and then he put. But if I play you a clip now, it nearly made that comment, but then
nearly is not good enough. But I'm saying he deliberately refrains from going to that, even when it's obvious why they're attacking him. But he's like, oh, don't let me say that. They're obvious. I mean, we both know why. I mean, you know that.
Actually, let me not play that because it goes on for a bit. But in this particular thing, he nearly made that comment. He nearly made that tribal something, but it didn't make it. But you know, this is my frustration with Sowore right here. Peter Obi is on the wane. And then after Peter Obi has been embarrassed at the ADC, his followership will be up for grabs. So their natural second home would have been with Sowore. So it should already have read the signals that Peter Obi is about to collapse, and he will be the main beneficiary if he manages it well. But rather than manage it well, he's just going there. Maybe I'll send him a text, actually.
I disagree.
He's just going there to antagonize them.
I disagree. But maybe I'm wrong. But can correct me. Even if Peter Obi's campaign collapses, they will not move over to the Sowore camp. They will not move anywhere else. So they will not
move. He has antagonized them so much.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying now. It should be cut.
And he has nothing to offer too.
But he lives in the same narrative space that they parrot about now. All of these things that they talk about, that's the space that will be is anti-establishment, anti-corruption, governance for the people. All of these things that the Obedience like to pretend like they believe in. That's where Sowore lives now.
I think Sowore's frustration is born out of the fact that he felt that he could advest the Obedience, but trying so hard, he found out that even if he gives them so much, he will never follow him. So he had to fight back, to start hitting them back hard, ruthlessly.
They couldn't follow him anyway because they will be at the heart of the Obi narrative is an ethnic narrative. The 80%.
But they don't want to accept that. They will be the first to call you a bigot.
No, now that's
ironical because their own bigotry stinks in the air, flowing in the sea.
80% of Obi's followership 80% of Obi's followership are from the southeast. And the main reason, in fact, the only reason why they support him is tribal. There's nothing in Obi's
Nothing.
history
It's tribal.
that
But
is just,
they will deny
it's
it to
not,
high
it's
heavens.
a very, very poor candidate. Outside, if you removed tribe from Obi, it will be under Sowore now in terms of, political impact.
Let's even
He
forget.
can't even be local government chairman in Lagos.
Let's forget
It's the worst. It's the worst. How many times have we gone through a CV here? It's the worst example of everything. It's as corrupt as corrupt. It's one of the most, outside of the Babangida level, the second tier corruption. He occupies that space now. There's more evidence of Obi's corruption than there is of Tinubu's corruption now. There is no
They will not believe you.
If you talk about Tinubu, they say bullion van went to his house. So what? But when you talk about Obi, we know factually that he stole 250 million naira. He stole it. He never said he didn't. He gave mitigation. We know how he handled the state funds, putting it in his own private business and all of this sort of nonsense.
They don't want to hear. You tell them, they pretend as if it didn't happen.
Baba, not only did he put the invested funds in his own private family business, he publicly said it on stage, like I did.
He admitted it. He didn't hide it.
Crime.
Imagine if those things were against Tinubu.
Wow.
These people will circle Aso Rock and be throwing stones. That's what they would do.
And that's
now.
a man, they don't have evidence, not a shred of paper. But
Not
the
a
Obi one,
shred.
they have paper
This is
trail.
what I'm
They
saying.
still not want to listen.
Pandora Papers. He established that company in his second term as governor as a money to funnel Anambra. Can you imagine if Tinubu established an offshore money laundering account during his term as? Can you imagine? Do you know that in the indictment petition for his impeachment, Peter Obi, they said he was awarding all the contracts to a guy called Paul Ododiem, who was his business partner at Next International. Do you know that Peter Obi has allegations, credible ones, of drug trafficking? I made a piece on that at some. The guy
that
is
lady, that reported the lady or something.
Crook.
Oh wow!
It's a hardened criminal, Peter Obi now. Hardened.
Baba, sorry. Did you hear about the drug thing with Peter Obi? I think I heard a few times with some lady somewhere that was. But
Speak a little bit loud.
Huh?
You were saying you were trying to ask me something.
Yeah, but the one man brought up the drug cases that with Peter Obi. I'm like, that never made it to mainstream media. So I don't.
I beg.
I think I'll go and bring out the papers on that one. Maybe tomorrow I'll bring them out.
Till campaign advert start first. Wait till campaign adverts.
So they have it ready. They have it
ready. He says he saved money, and at the same time you issue check to cover almost 50% of what you save. Even the duty of a governor is it to save money. You are supposed to use the money for the people because it comes in every month. So is that even a hard work? You didn't build one school. You didn't build one hospital.
Do you know that he handled 500 billion naira as the governor of Anambra State in his 2 terms?
They don't want to hear.
At that time, 500 billion naira.
Even how he got 94% vote in the Southeast, don't we know? But they'll be talking of Lagos. Oh, Lagos did this, Lagos did that. Well, how did he get 92% or 94% in his own enclave? They don't. That's not tribalism. That's not bigotry.
Baba, you're talking about Lagos. Do you remember just a few months ago when Peter Obi went to Lagos, to GRA, to be fighting with some lady over some property?
They don't take him. He don't put him for him. Do you know that he has a crowd?
Do you know that he bought that property during his term as Anambra State governor?
Next something, Abi. The next.
No, the property
the one in GRA, not the one in
GRA.
That guy, man,
there was another one.
Worst of the worst.
There's another one, man. I know
he flew in one morning from wherever he comes,
claiming the property belongs to his brother and all this nonsense.
But the man said he has no property in Lagos. What man?
He has one in GRA. He has one in Apapa, number 7 Aerodrome Road.
He has in GVC, and he has apartments.
The guy is.
He said
that guy, man.
He said
200 shops in Aspanda.
He said he rents in Lagos, that he has no property in Lagos.
Do you know what that language is? He's trying to be clever by half. He hides these properties under
corporate names,
under a business name. So technically, you will say it is not. It's not.
He said he diverts from Next. His brother is in charge. The parents registered the Next when he was in school. And I just shake my head. What do I say of somebody?
Biscuit as a student, nonsense.
Somebody who denied on TV that he did not swear to Dim Ojukwu that he would not never leave Africa. He said it, and they played his words to his clip to him back. He has nothing to say. He just keep quiet. He lies from both sides of his mouth.
This is a guy that told us. It told was it Kadira Ahmed that it was during that somebody asked him a question. He said they will remove fuel subsidy immediately, and then he said no, he meant in a phased something, and then he said he wouldn't even. He will have to. The guy is
lying is second nature to him.
Then he became.
They call him guy man in a guy man.
Then he became yes, no, yes, yes, and no. You know, somebody actually released a tape, an old tape of Peter Obi, where he was talking about Abga on stage, cursing that he would never leave Abga.
He used his family to swear now. He used his family to swear.
But the guy was on arrest saying that there's no tape anywhere. Like show me the tape where I said that.
That's what he said.
I'm like, dude, we have you on tape.
No, you know why he said that? He really spend money. All those is negative clips and handle this thing. They wipe all off. But he forgot that once someone pick it and saved it, you can't wipe that one. It's the main one you can wipe out. So that's why he could say that brazen lie. But he was shocked that they brought that tape out. He was shocked. That's how much he doesn't know about anything. But they will be selling us these fool's gold every time and polish him. It's amazing. Sowore is their nemesis anyway.
What surprises me is just the level of gullibility that the amount of people falling for the Obi scam is what really it makes me wonder about.
It's tribalism, nothing. They are the people that are making the most
people
noise.
outside of tribe are also falling for it now. You know, there's a certain specification of Yoruba people. They call them Yoruba bots, B-U-T. All those Yoruba bots. A lot of Yoruba bots are buying into this sort of
but a lot of them have just withdrawn because you cannot, you know, the Yorubas generally, you are abusing my parents, you degrade them, my culture, and you expect me to support you. A lot of them have left too. They've backtracked. A lot of them, because the annoying thing is there is this recent one even where they go to the extreme, publish that Babangida said he made a statement, they attributed it to Babangida as if the Yorubas are coward. Babangida said if he's sleeping, and they said a Yoruba man is planning a coup, that he will go back to sleep. You understand that kind of statement? And the man never said such a thing. Babangida never said such a thing. He only said something similar when Dia and Abdul Karim Adisa, they were accused of planning coup. And Babangida said that if I'm sleeping and you tell me Dia is planning coup, I will just go to sleep because Dia cannot plan coup. If you tell me Adisa is planning coup, I will go into a slumber. They turn it now into Yoruba. And what they don't realize is that Tinubu is your president. It's not Yoruba that is your president. So if you want to attack Tinubu, leave Yorubas alone. That is where they lost all their currency. They lost all their currency by, I don't know what they want, by attacking the Yorubas, calling them names. And these are of all the ethnic group in Nigeria, they are the kindest to you. They are the kindest to you.
Baba, they have now moved to the next phase now. Some form of cultural appropriation, claiming that the Gele belongs to them. They own this one. Like, you are literally trying to cannibalize Yoruba culture. I'm like, this is beyond politics now.
They say, oh, Igbo Ora. All those things. Look at them as, what madness is all of this? No. I don't understand.
Are they catching cruise? If you're not careful in the next 10 years, because you're going to put all these things online. And when you ask AI, for example, if you ask AI, the first Nollywood movie, for example, you will say even Bond, you will say it's from the East.
Babati, online care. Do you know that somebody in the Department of Education actually wrote a book and saying these things in that book? This distorted story about Yorubas that the Southeastern and they want to put in Nigerian schools.
Here's you see, I actually write something about it online because the first Nollywood movie was
Jajon, please hold on. Jajon, if you have the article where IBB call Yorubas coward, please give it to one man. I'll be interested. Because I had Dia.
Baba, what they actually said.
Dia said it.
That was
a tribunal.
No. Yeah, Dia said it now. It's from Dia that they got the whole line. What Dia said was, Babangida said if he's planning a coup or decides planning a coup, that will go to slumber. And Dia said the reason was because Babangida know that the Southerners are not commanding troops. So there's no way they can possibly put a coup together because the Northerners were the one commanding all the key position in the army at that time. So that's what Dia was saying. And these guys ran away with it and said, Babangida said, if Yorubas are beating the drums of war, that he will go to sleep. I'm like, which kind of human being are these people? And they push that propaganda and they push it and they preach it to all Nigeria, preach it to South.
The way they do it in the frenzy, I don't understand it. I don't understand the way they do it. Like, you don't insult me and you stay in my land.
Like these people are committed. See, I don't blame them. I blame you. See, I learned this long time ago since I was a kid. I'm a kind of player, and I used to fight my dad over it because my dad is one of those Yoruba bots. They pander to Southeasterners. Where when I was growing up, I would see our Southeastern neighbors insult my father, and my father would I'm like, Papa, I can't be taking this rubbish. And I grew up, and they were doing it to me, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to be like my papa because I'm not going to let my Peking grow up to be taking insult from anybody, like taking insult. I'm not pandering to you because people have light skin or you have fine girls or whatever. I'm not doing that shit, man. And many Yorubas, it's becoming irritating. Like, you allow this propaganda. Okay, our leaders allow this propaganda to go on for so many years where the rest of Nigeria don't even respect Yoruba people anymore because they've all been brainwashed by these
Mike, to your point.
That Yorubas are these cowards and these kind of people dirty, all kinds of lies, We sit down and allow them to do this. It's just annoying.
Baba. But they are cowards. Wait, they lock all their markets in Lagos. What did they do? They couldn't do anything. Local government election. What happened?
I am still not over
like your... people that are committed to just bring the Yoruba people down.
I am still not over
your... There's an Igbo guy that's teaching Yoruba history online, and it just saying rubbish.
Even a bad day.
Foreigners. I had a black American coming to me.
What happened
No, Mike, even a bad day. This year, because of the way the kind of move we made behind the scenes, the clothes were being sewn by non-Yoruba. We're like, no. And that was even bragging that he owns the culture now because they gave him the contract. We're like, for where? So we're so liberal, so open where we just open.
So liberal to the point you can openly see somebody that's committed to destroying you, and you just be, I'm liberal.
And Baba, sorry to say, Baba, sorry to say, I am still not over what happened with your commissioner, Omotosho, in Lagos. I am still yet to forgive that guy. It's very
he
hard
has
for me.
humans. A motor show is he has in that
Well, was it
incident
not the
of
one that called Yoruba people monkeys?
That one that was calling that girl now.
they will
That
call
is
the girl because of
sorry.
the BRT bosses issue.
Trying
That's
to
the
wipe,
commissioner for information.
trying
He
to
will go
wipe
He
soon.
said the girls should ignore them, that they are monkeys. He called the
No, one
Yoruba
man
people
said there's this
monkeys.
deliberate attempt to wipe Yoruba history out in movies, in culture, in everything, in language. There's this deliberate attempt, and they will. If you go to non-Nigerian space, like those African spaces, they promote all these things to them. So when they meet your
And that's
Yoruba,
the funny thing, BT. What pains me mostly is because we came into the Nigerian space in 1914. I mean, the Yorubas. I think it's education, early education, that is troubling us, that caused the liberalism. Because as early as middle or third part of the 19th century, 1860, 1870, we have lawyers in the Lincoln Inn in London. We have medical doctors. We have surveyors before Nigeria existed, and those people actually tune our outlook on life
Baba, what
generally.
they did, Baba, let me explain what he did. Baba, what he did is Yoruba, we had the Omoluabi culture, right? Which came from our philosophies. But there's a guideline to it, right? There's a rule to it. So now this liberal people we just mentioned, I went and acquired westernization. They now also adopted Christianity. So they now misunderstood the Yoruba Omoluabi with Christian, what they call it, turn the other cheek and all those kind of things in Christianity. So they now mix it with our Omoluabi. Now they now took the Omoluabi character to another degree of like just becoming so weak. You understand? So I think that's what the problem is, because the Omoluabi doesn't say you should turn the other cheek or become stupid. Omoluabi just say do the right thing, be righteous, be a virtuous person. But then when it's time for Yorubas are known for war now, when it's time for to stand up against something wrong, you have to do it. It
Look,
doesn't mean
Mike, Mike, let me tell
accept wrong things because you're Omoluabi. That's not being
it's
Omoluabi.
all
Accepting something wrong to your come on.
It's all just how do I put it? It's just their own interpretation, but I've seen severally, and I think Ekene was here sometime ago, about a year or a year and a half, when I told him that I should go find out from their chairman there the first time they have problem in Alaba with Omonile, the fight, who surrendered, and that Alaba was locked up for 2 months. 2 months. I know how that matter will sort it out. I know the profit everybody made because they have to pay money to open Alaba back. And that was the first time during Rasaki. The second one was during Marwa. And I've seen it happen. Because at the end of the day, they are slow to anger.
Was it not Jack on day that dashed them land to go and build? I mean, like
they are slow to anger. The Yorubas are slow to anger because the things I've seen in Yoruba land, I mean, I don't wish it to happen ever and ever and ever again. They forgot that Yoruba's intertribal wars, they were fighting themselves. They were killing themselves. They fought a war of 16 years, Kiriji War, Magmo, and a host of others. People who are actually grounded in warfare, fighting their brothers against brothers, sisters against sisters, and you call them coward?
Baba, can I ask a question, sir?
Wake up, man.
Can I ask a question? Mike, listen to my video. I gave an example the other day about cultural assimilation. And I use the example of Egba people, where when we allowed the people from Ijayi coming to Egba land, they had to assimilate into the culture. Then there was some form of assessment of the kind of gods they worship, if it was compatible with our own gods, and their kids pretty much became ours. Why don't we lay more emphasis on cultural assimilation in our own land, where we just let everything just do whatever they like? Why do we do that is the question, sir.
The thing is Western education. Let me tell you, for instance, a cool example. When the slaves, when they came back, principally,
they are from 4 tribes. Some of the slaves come from Egbaland. Some comes from Ijesha, Elisha. Some of them come from Elisha. People like Darusha and all the rest, they come from Elisha actually originally. But when they stopped and stayed, even the ones they captured in Lagos from Eko, Isale Eko, when they came back, because of their tie and the suits they wear, they refused to go back to Eko. They created enclaves westward, developing from Akbongbon back to Breadfruit, down to Tinubu, up down to Igboshiri and Bangbushe area, and all the rest. They thumb their noses at the other people, saying that they are primitive because they are lawyers, some of them are doctors, they are successful people. So the fact is that, and that is why Awolowo did not gain ground in federal territory, Eko, then, that's Lagos. They never liked Awolowo. Rather, they go with Abat Macaulay, whose secretary then was Nnamdi Azikiwe, who speaks very good Yoruba, who was a member of Rosicrucian, who was a member of Ogboni cult. So he assimilated the Yoruba culture, but they didn't know that he was doing that because of an agenda.
To study the.
Let me see, Baba. You know, the British did one thing back in those days, right? The British wanted to bring down the Yoruba empire, the culture and everything. They want to destroy it. It's same they want to destroy the Benin, because when they came to that part of the world, they know that these most powerful people in terms of they were post threat to them, in terms of philosophically, like culturally and things, were Yorubas and the Benins, and they were committed to destroying that 2 kingdoms. And these people, when they returned, they were bringing with this bourgeoisie you're talking about. A lot of them bringing on Sierra Leone. They already turned them to these Western people they could use, and they were using them indirectly to introduce Westernization and all these things, and then going against the already established Yoruba system and culture and things. Those guys were just against it, because if I don't go into history of my town in Kurudu, when they were coming, those guys back then, those bourgeoisie, they would say no more Oro, no more. It's already been going on, and then now today they use the Southeasterners and all this. So it was already a plot. Now let me tell you guys something about why these things. If you notice, even the first time they brought TV, first way they brought it was Yoruba land, because they needed to use it to push their propaganda tools to destroy the Yoruba culture and tradition. Now let me tell you where this is coming from. If you go and study the history on the plantation in the West, in the New World, in the Caribbean and South America, the slaves that came there to liberate, that led the revolutions, whether in Brazil, whether in the Caribbean, were Yorubas. I was stunned when I meet these people and they start telling me how great Yoruba. I'm talking about Caribbean people, Trinidad, Haiti, Brazil, even in Central America. They tell me Yoruba. These people know Yoruba. It's not like we went there to tell them about ourselves. So they know us because their ancestors in the plantation tell
they
them.
Know. They even write books about the Orishas.
Thank you. We're the slaves that came to liberate them. There's a man, Jean-Jacques Dessalines. He's a Yoruba part of the Benin Republic that went to Haiti. He was one that led the revolution to defeat the French. So the Yorubas, we were warriors people back in those days, and we were people of very powerful people. So the British already know who we are. They already know about the Yoruba people before they came to Nigeria. So they know the kind of people we are. That's why today they always want to avoid Yoruba becoming president, Yoruba ruling Nigeria. They go against, they know what they're doing. There's reason why they have to join us with all these other people and trying to use them to push Nigerianism into Yoruba people. They want to eliminate who we are, destroy, weaken us. We are powerful people, culturally, traditionally.
Mike, how is it offensive to people for Yoruba man to speak Yoruba in Lagos? It's unbelievable.
You are speaking Yoruba, you are speaking Batin. In my own language, I can't go to Anambra to go and tell you can't speak Igbo there.
How did we get? It's like, Mike, how did we get? And how can we revert? That's my question. How can we fix that? That's my question.
Well, it's on you. It's on when you have all these Yoruba bots, all these Yoruba morons. That are, we have to start slapping them and just tell them to because they are the one that when people like us that know history, we know what's going on, we know where we are coming from, where they're trying to take us. When we start speaking, not all people that will attack me is Yoruba people. I'm telling you, most people that will attack me, trying to destroy me for trying to stand up, are Yoruba people. They will say you are being, they are all these Yoruba bots, liberal people. They are confused. Most of them are born again Christians. They are pastors.
People lost, Mike. If you have time, the Yoruba Times on Twitter when they hosted the Omotosho, people in the diaspora were even attacked for being Yoruba. People lost their jobs. I'm not kidding you. People were attacked. They went after people for being Yoruba and supporting them. It was personal. People lost their livelihood in the diaspora from these people. So it's like, at what point will Yoruba say enough is enough? You can be a proud Yoruba, but that doesn't make you a bigot.
Babati, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, Remy.
It's not only that. When you go to the social media, there are some new Yoruba people come and say the way they are denigrating Tinubu and Yoruba as a race. And the Yoruba people, they are just looking for
even Yoruba men will be supporting them the way they denigrate Yoruba women.
Yeah, it's just born out of
I don't know what
it's just born out of total hatred.
Do you know why? Do you know why? Remy, do you know why? Those Yorubas will do that. Because they know that no Yoruba person will come after them for doing that. They know that.
Yes.
They know they can do it. Look at the Pharaoh team. He's not dealing with any consequence.
But boy,
there's no Yoruba. Igbo is not going after him. But can name another person from another tribe that would do something like that. Now they will regulate his women, his people, and he will sit there and be agreeing. And Mike, people will not hunt him down.
Mike, does Dele actually believe what he's saying, honestly?
I think let me tell you, Dele Farrell to me is doing business. He's a businessman. So most of his business partners.
Does he believe that? Does he believe what he's saying, though? Does he believe it?
He doesn't believe it now. But the thing is, okay, even if they pay you to do those things or whatever it is, or they are if you come from the ethnic group and you know that your people come for you for doing those kind of for going too far, you will owe yourself. No matter how much money they'll pay you, you won't. If you pay an Igbo man money today to go against IPOB in Igbo land, he will say, "Guy, keep your money." In Igbo land, he can't go there. Even what's his name, Joe Igbo cannot go back to Igbo land, not because he degraded.
No, Mike.
That's for simply speaking against IPOB. You understand? No Mike, other people will allow you to come back to the land for going against, like literally joining others to denigrate your own people. But it's only Yoruba people,
But we saw Kubi Kubana being paid money to go against his tribe now, and Chief Kubana.
Name one thing he said against his own tribe. Name one thing.
He's campaigning against his tribe.
How is he campaigning against his tribe? Are you kidding me, woman? He's supporting a candidate. That's not name one. Okay, Kubana is saying I support Tinubu. Name one thing he said against the Igbo tribe. He would not try it. He will not say my people are foolish, or he would never try it.
No.
He won't even insult Obi. He won't even open mouth to insult Obi, or even he hasn't even said he's against Obi. He hasn't even talked anything about Obi.
No,
that's the worst thing he can do is just maybe campaign against Obi, but be careful the way he said it. But he will never denigrate his ethnic group or support any Yoruba person that denigrates his own ethnic group. Because you know he can never go back to his people.
Mike, do you see that Farutimi? To him, he's a moral guy. He's a saint. All the other Yoruba people, especially our leaders, they are corrupt. They are stained. So he's the only moral guy in the whole of Yoruba race. And he has that hatred because he lost out one way or the other. And it's not seeking for any leadership position. I don't know why he just hates them unnecessarily. You can even see when he speaks, mere looking at his face, you know he's a sadist. He's a sad guy. Something is wrong with him. If he's in a foreign land, they will have taken him to the hospital and check him up.
Well, I don't know for a fact, but they say either the mother or the wife actually is from the southeast. I don't know that for a fact.
Okay.
See, me, I'm not even against the campaigning for Obi. If you want to campaign for your candidate,
no, I don't care. But why do you have to abuse
your
your
own
race
group or ethnic group? And Usually that's what it is, man. Affiliation, you know, affiliation with maybe he has a wife from there or some friends from there. They're bullying him to go do it. I don't know, man. I don't know how Yoruba people have become this kind of people. I don't even know what. I don't know, man. Because Yoruba is
the Omoluabi ethos needs an update. They need to update that.
Yeah, they've misunderstood it. They misunderstood it. Omoluabi it's been misunderstood, man. It's been. I mean, the thing is, our philosophy has been twisted, and in a way where it's just working against us now. The philosophy back then is be righteous. I wish I lost one now. I wish always be honest. You know, be straight upright. But that doesn't mean you should be a fool or a coward. That's not.
Do you remember in Lagos when they brought one god to one of their masquerade to bring a masquerade? I'm like, no, you cannot just bring a masquerade to another land. You must consult.
Would they have taken that masquerade to Kano, even Bini, or even in the South Ikwere or Port Harcourt? They won't do it because they know those people will not tolerate it. But they already know. See, the thing about I've grown with Southeasterners most of my life, and what I study about them is they believe kindness means weakness. They're kind of people where if you are nice to, they just see you as, oh, he's weak or he's dumb, he's stupid, you know. And that's a bad mentality they have, and they have to work on that because that's probably the reason why they are just struggling to survive with other people. You know, once they see that, and they took the Northerners for there in the past, and that's what led to that prior to that program. Where after the coup, they were mocking the Northerners in the North. Because back then, they thought the Northerners were because Northerners were honest people, they thought they were these weak people because they were noble. And they decide, okay, we can insult them to their face after their leaders were killed. That's the mentality they have. They believe once you are nice, kind, and upright, noble, you are weak, you're a coward. If you are not an arrogant person like Nnamdi Kanu, you are not tough, you are not strong. That's the mentality they have, and that's wrong.
But let's be mindful that we don't overgeneralize, though, because this is just a subsect of that.
If you meet any Southeastern person that doesn't reason like that, it's because he grew up somewhere else. I'm sorry.
No, you can't say that now. I don't think you can say that.
But Mike, here's my point. People can be whatever they want to be, but we, as from the Southwest, how do we preserve that culture? Maintain that confidence in our people and our kids, where they're proud of who they are, where they are from, and they're able to defend their homeland.
You have to work on yourself, man. You have to start by working on yourself, knowing where you're coming from. We have a lot of work to do in the Southwest. First of all, to me, my number one problem is not even the other people. My number one problem is our own people. We are already lost. Even I'm trying to put my own family together because my great-grandfather was the head of Awu in my town. In fact, the head till today, our title is uncontested. You understand? Number one. Now, coming to my generation, almost everybody has lost. They have become something else. They're Muslim, Christians, they are confused. They don't even know where they are coming from. And when our town started telling us the history of our
culture with belief, Mike. And that's where I always have a different position from you.
You say what?
Like culture with religion.
You are mixing culture with what people believe. People can choose to believe anything, but still be.
You can go and choose to.
Let me just plan. You have been talking since now. They can choose to believe anything and still be as cultural as they like. For example, I can choose to believe that Babati is a girl, but it doesn't change me from being an Edo man. It doesn't change me from understanding what my people believe.
That's a terrible example.
And respecting them. And respecting them.
Sorry, Patoski, what do you mean you can believe? Is it not a girl? I thought
and that's where we lost it.
He is a girl now. Is he not a girl? Have you seen him on Fridays? If you see Babati on a Friday, you would not.
That's how they enter also.
I can choose to believe.
Pato.
I can choose to believe that.
You see what the problem is?
Hold on. Let Pato still at that point. Yeah.
I can still believe that and retain my culture, like my dressing. I still dress typically like a Bini man. My history, I will not compromise it. I will stand the dignity, the pride of a Bini guy. I will not accept the fact that it was Christianity that taught us to read and write, that we have our own way of reading and writing, because those are truth. You understand? It doesn't matter what the Korean masters say, because they are truth and fact about Benin. So you can choose to do all that and still have a belief, and your own belief is based on fact. For example, my father, my parents, my great grandparents, they were Ifa people. You understand? My cousins, up to today, number of them still do that Ifa. I saw my father do it. And then my father even was an ancestral worshiper. He used to worship his father, and he would kill animal and pray to his father. And you could see things happening. But I had an understanding, and I believed, and I had my faith. You understand? And mind you, I didn't even impose my faith on my kids. I made them understand it. Some of my kids are very firm with Christianity. One used to just, yeah, it goes to church, but it's not as firm and strong as I would expect. But I don't force him. You understand? So people can choose to they can without compromising their identity. I'm a Christian.
You already
I believe
compromised
in
your
Christ.
identity now. Hold on. You already compromised your identity. You went against your ancestral way.
My
already done it.
My
There's no
father
argument there.
my father worshipped his father. I will not worship my own father. I know
Okay,
him.
so you've compromised your way of.
It's not identity. It's what that's not my way. I've carved an identity for myself.
You
That was my
compromise
father's way.
the ways of your culture, your tradition.
The
You have compromised it. I can't come from an Islamic society. Oh no, I can't come from an Islamic society and convert to Christianity and become to say, oh, I didn't compromise my Islamic culture.
My culture.
No, I have compromised it. I can't come from Saudi Arabia and become a hold on, wait. Hold on. That's the problem we have in Nigeria and Africa. I can't come from hold on. I can't be a Saudi Arabian, travel, go adopt Hinduism, and begin to say I haven't compromised my Saudi identity, my Saudi culture, my Saudi way of life.
My own culture.
My brother, you see that you're a Duman or you're English man.
Let me explain where my own is different. In my own culture, there are people who worship Ogun, Shango, the ancestor trees. So they have different ways they worship. Just maybe like India. In my own place, we don't have maybe this town. This is what they worship different things. Some family worship have things they worship. Even individual between the family have different things they worship. So in our culture.
He's already lost knowledge of his culture. He's talking. Forget Patoski, man. And that's the root of our problem. This confusion, and that's another thing we have in Yoruba now. People are completely confused, lost, and that's where we have to start from.
Sorry,
the root of who we are and establish who we are.
Sorry, let me just establish that point.
That's why others can penetrate us.
In my own culture, I have people.
Patoski, I know your culture more than you. Based on what you said so far, I already know you love the knowledge of your culture.
I come from in Edo State, so you don't even
I know more than you. I know Edo. I know Bros. I know Benin.
You don't know where I come from in Edo State.
It's not about where you come from. Based on what you said so far, I already know you lack knowledge of your roots.
Hold on, let me explain something to you. In my place where I come from, we have people worship different.
You said it already, and I've heard you. And
now let me land. I'm not only addressing you. I'm addressing other people. I'm addressing other people. And I've heard you repeated yourself more than 5 times.
No, I'm not stopping you. Go and land the same thing.
So don't bully me. Let me just land. In my culture provide, maybe it's more liberalized than yours. My culture provide for us to worship whatever we want. We have people worship Shango, Ogun. In my culture, then we have people worship Ifa. We have people who even worship Olokun. There are some people who even worship Yoruba deity in my place. So you are free to worship. In my own case, I choose to worship Christ. And my culture allows for that. Is
Christ part of the Edo deity?
No, it doesn't have to be. I told you that.
It doesn't have to be. So it's not part of Edo culture.
I told you there are people in my place who brought Yoruba deity to even worship in Edo. In my place, who worship Yoruba deity.
Okay, maybe you should start worshiping Yoruba deity there too. I don't know. Maybe that's your problem.
Ogun is from Ekiti. And they worship Ogun in my place. And they call him Ogun. So that's the point. So if they brought Ogun from Ekiti and worship in my place, and my culture allows for it, so I worship Christ. And my culture respects me for that. Maybe your own culture.
Listen, man. Listen,
tolerant.
those that worship Ogun, they are ancestrally connected to Ogun. That's why they worship Ogun.
No, they maybe
Yes,
Ogun
yes,
has
they
helped
are.
somebody before.
Listen, let's not go deep. This is not what we are here to discuss. But
People were converted.
at
People
least it
get
makes a little more sense.
converted.
That hold on.
Even in
At least
African
those in
tradition,
Benin,
religion, people get converted.
hold on.
People,
Those in
somebody has
Benin, at least are
traveled
worshiping a
somewhere.
black god. But you are worshiping a Igbo god. So you are
No, Pato, can we make a Pato? You cannot just say, Pato, just to make a quick correction, in Yoruba spirituality, you cannot just choose the God you want to worship. Is what Ifa says you should worship.
Exactly. Is it?
Let me
because
explain to
you are connected.
You can choose.
And that's what I told him is love.
No, Pato, just to clarify that point.
I respect that.
You will probably go and write a book about tradition and people will be reading it. And all these bourgeoisie, all these so-called people that are lost, they are the one that be writing a book about tradition and people will be reading it, reading rubbish. Because based on
Can
things
you
you just
finish?
said,
Okay, when you finish.
let me say my own. You said too long. Based on things you just said, it tells me you are confused. You don't know what the hell the old tradition is all about. I say some people are saying different things. These days are under one umbrella.
You can say I was wrong.
They are
without
under the
saying
same
I'm
tradition.
confused.
Let me explain it to you, man.
You can say I'm wrong than saying you are confused. You are this. No.
You are confused now.
So if
I
that's
need to
just your
explain it to
tradition,
you. Babati just told you something. He just said, hold on, calm down.
And speak foully to them. That's what your tradition has taught you.
My friend,
and that's what you have displayed.
Look, Babati, stick to your Bible, man. Babati, stick to your Bible.
No, we're talking here, and this is
Listen,
what we can think.
Stick to your Bible and Christ. You can't be engaging me trying to debate me.
If your religion, if your tradition does not allow.
Listen. The fact of the matter is, your Christ. Maybe one day we'll liberate Africa. One of you will send you to Europe to go and do
Can we move on from?
If your tradition does not allow that tradition to interact,
these are the people that destroy our. These are the problem we have in Yoruba land, in Africa, in Yoruba land.
Your tradition is barbaric.
Morons that
it is
come
not
there.
open to other interaction.
They are the one that doing a Nollywood movie about Christ.
Mike, please, guys, let's not, please, Ejo.
No, Babati, I was simply saying that I respect the fact that I say in Yoruba tradition, Ifa determines what you watch. And I'm telling you that in my place, if, for example, I travel to Ekiti,
it's Christ that decides in your place.
Hold on.
No. Let me land this point. Yeah.
If in my place I travel to Ekiti and I run into a challenge, and an Ogun worshipper prayed to his Ogun, and it helped me. Do you know that I can bring that to my village?
Yeah, you can worship it.
I'm telling you, that's how people get converted.
But I'm saying that in Yoruba spirituality.
That's why I say my tradition is different from yours.
Sorry, if Ogun
but he's not talking about Yoruba spirituality.
Yeah.
He's talking about Edo.
Never about that. Is important.
Good point. Fair point. But I think that even if Ogun helps you, they might say, okay, Ogun helped you, but you might need to go and worship Oya or worship Shango. Moving forward. Doesn't mean
when somebody
trying to understand what he's trying to tell you. You are not open-minded. You don't decide.
What he's saying. I understand.
No, you don't understand. You don't understand. Just try to listen to us.
Change my tradition. I'm telling you what.
I'm not telling you. Listen to. Let me explain what he just told you. You don't decide which Orisha you worship. Is the Orisha that choose you?
In Yoruba tradition.
No, you don't decide. Hold on.
In Yoruba tradition.
Listen.
Are you listening to what Patoski is saying?
In Yoruba tradition.
He's not disagreeing with you now, but he's saying it applies differently in
Edo. It doesn't. No, it doesn't. Because that's why I say he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Teach me, Edo.
No, yes, I know more than you. You are a Christian, my guy. You are a Christian. You know nothing.
Let me tell you something. Unfortunately, you have not even experienced both. I have experienced both.
Bro, you are a Christian, man. Stop telling me about experience.
I was born and raised in Yoruba land.
Oh,
let me tell you fact. If you are going to be truthful to yourselves here,
guy, I better go and sit down, man. Stop. You are not talking to a liar. Stop lying, man. Stop lying.
Guys, can we move on, please? Can we move the?
Stop lying, man.
Do you remember I've said that before?
Yeah, you're a liar. You can't just go on like Begu now.
Like, okay.
Is this something to be proud of? I'm telling you my experience now.
Pato, earlier on I said when somebody goes into a new location in Yoruba land back in the days, you must also check their spiritual if they compare with the culture of the land. So if you have any god that you worship,
I culturalize.
Even that Ogun that you worship,
And my parents, they
I am
categorized
not
with the
disagreeing
culture,
with you,
and I was sharing my
Shall
experience.
I tell you what surprises me? What surprises me is that Patoski is actually a Christian, because of everybody, that Patoski is so steeped in tradition and in knowledge of tradition that you would have thought that
He don't have knowledge, man. He doesn't have any knowledge.
Do you know, Omar, do you know what they call it in your back culture back in the days? Kini kolokon. Is it they call it is it Meji Lokon, whatever they call it, where you claim to be Papato is an Allah word, just doing the born again.
No, I am telling you my experience growing up.
Sepo man sing bere after.
I'm just I'm telling you my experience growing up.
That's the only thing they know, you know.
There's nothing to be proud
of.
They're
gonna give testimony to Jesus in church.
There's nothing to be proud of.
Pato, you should be proud. No, you should be
proud
of.
Patoski, what made you change to Christian? Is it an act of rebellion?
No, let me tell you.
Were you fighting with Daddy?
No. Let me tell you what happened. My family, we moved to Ikire. My family moved to Ikire. You understand? And because my father was a traditional person in Ikire, so when he got to Ikire, he continued with the tradition. You understand what I'm saying? So I grew up to see that happen. You understand? But there was a time my father eventually converted to Christianity, because there was a time my mother was now having children, and they were losing them. So at a point, one man that used to blend something across in front of our house, now he now called my father and said, only you are going through this and that. He now said, why not go to a church? He now that man said, no, they even go to church. He now directed my dad to one Kerubu and Seraphim church in Ikire that time. If somebody from Ikire is...
But that's not Christianity now.
Wait, now that time... Let me tell you what happened now.
Carry on.
In those days, Kerubu and Seraphim was not like this. So, Kerubu and Seraphim, you can laugh now. You can laugh. It's okay. I'm telling you my family experience.
I will tell you the history of them.
You were busy here making noise.
I will tell you the history of all those people when you are done.
You were they never born when we did talk. This time I talk.
You know, your generation I ain't done, pass. Guy.
Hold on. Let Patoski land. Patoski carry on.
So my family experience was that they now took my parents to that church. You understand? And the pastor, my dad, they now started fasting and prayer. So they had days they would tell my mom to fast and pray. You understand? So we're doing that. And when he wanted to have the next child, eventually that my brother was born, though he was sick, very, very sick. They even thought he was also going to die. But eventually he survived.
Is this the younger brother?
No, it's my older brother. That was the experience. So that was how my father was now shifting from his African tradition, now practice. I couldn't have been able to experience the African traditional practice if he had shifted completely. You understand? So he was still doing his ancestral worship. Then when my cousins come, they still do their Ifa. But as we were growing up, my dad just felt that there's really nothing, that he had not gained anything, still doing this thing. You understand? So one day just went to the house, packed everything, brought everything out, packed everything, and burnt it and destroyed it. And since that day, the man felt very free. The man studied the scripture on his own. It's not as if he goes to church that time, that he has a church, then he come preach. He studies the Bible on his own. He prays and everything. When his cousins come and they do all those things, he looks at them. He doesn't force them. He doesn't, you understand? But you will know that this man has chosen a new path or a different path from. And he paid the man that he was a Christian until he died.
How did he die? How did he end up?
My father died. Let me tell you. I don't know if I've shared this with you. Babati, my dad died at the age of 94. He came to Abeokuta. He came to Abeokuta when he wanted to die. I'm the last born of the family. And since I was a child, my father was telling me that anytime he wants to die, he wants to make sure he dies in my place. The day my father came to Abeokuta, I just had a strange feeling. I told my wife, I hope this man has not come here to die. The night my father died, because he was already old, anytime I want to go to bed, I just go to the room where he was living with me briefly then, to just check him the way I would check my kids to be sure they have slept well. And I saw that he had difficulties breathing. So I was checking him, I was looking at what's happening. So I now took him to the hospital. I took him, put him in my car, and my nephew was with me. He was in the hospital. I took him to the emergency. While they were getting ready, he was in my car. My nephew was sitting with him at the back of the car. His head was on the lap of my nephew. I opened the door, the back of the car. I was looking at him. I held him like this. My father was on the lap of my nephew. I was holding him. He was looking at me until he breathed his last breath. I couldn't have wished for a better death. Dying on the lap of your grandson and with your last born holding your hands. It can't be better than that.
I know that your story is very similar.
Is Patrick your birth name or is it a name
you
adopted?
Okay. Yeah, it was my birth name, but my older brothers, they didn't really have that kind of kidney name. But then beyond that too, because Catholic schools, there were Catholic schools in Ikiri then. So most of them, when they now go to the school, they pick the name. But in my own case, I didn't pick it. It was a name given to me. It was a name given to me. They had my native name and everything. So that was the experience.
Patoski, your story is similar to my story. My papa did the same thing your papa did, man. He too, when they went to the same kind of people, they told him to go and 3 ways. Till today, this bothering him. One man. I didn't even know about this.
Father is not a Christian.
Well, hold on. A Babalawo called Michael. How is that even?
So I don't. Doesn't that make sense? Woman, doesn't that make sense to you?
Make it make sense. A Babalawo called Michael.
Woman, what I just said now, doesn't it make sense to you?
Mike, is your dad a Christian now?
Sorry, I missed what you said. Sorry.
That's what I'm just telling you now. My papa's story is different to your papa's story now. My papa,
that's a good one.
These celeb people, they told him they did the same thing to him. They convinced him back there, right before I was born, around that era. They convinced him to do this celeb thing, to become a Christian, and they now told him to go and throw his Orisha away. And he went to do the same thing Patoski's father did. I didn't even know about this thing, woman. I just know my father that struggling problem in the family problem. It was when I got into the tradition, and my father was telling me that the reason there's so much problem in family, even me and my father can't get along, is because my father he did something, and Ifa told me, and I went to ask him. He now told me. I was like, wow, there was so much problem in my family. So I had to do something about it. So all these things I know about it, man. Even when I do the relation of people, there's so many people. If I would tell me, this one went to that thing they did, they're all doing. They struggle. A lot of them they live long, but they will struggle throughout their life. Like when they are making it like this, it will just be collapsing. Those Orisha will just be fighting them. And that's what's going on in many lives in Yoruba land and in Nigeria and Africa, where people are just suffering, struggling, because those things are fighting them. They are fighting those families. You see family where they just divided, siblings are fighting each other. They can't find peace. Those things are fighting them. There's so many people I've helped who I told them, come, look, those are listening to me. I said, look, you guys have abandoned your shrine. Go and start appeasing those deities. And the moment they start doing it, they started finding peace among themselves. But some people are so knucklehead. I know me, Jesus. But you and your sister, you are dead, you are enemy. You can't find peace. Those things will fight you. They will keep fighting your generation until somebody discover them back. That's what will be happening. I'm telling you. They will keep disturbing your generation. They will your ancestors in the beginning of time. These are their Akodas. This Orisha. They've done a majemu with this Orisha that they must be appeasing them. And the British came because they know about us, so they want to destroy our culture. So they brought all these bourgeois. They come and introduce this fake religion to us, this artificial religion, Christianity to us, and all these celeb people. One man, let me tell you about these people.
Mike, let's get back to culture.
Hold on, let me tell you history. Let me tell you history of that time, during the colonial time. One man, you know what the British did? When they set up the Nigerian economy, right? When they were doing the colonization, they set up the Nigerian economy. For you to get opportunity into the economy, to get jobs, all those things, you have to convert to Christianity. That's why those people that were doing tradition started creating these churches, this new kind of church, like the Cherubim and Seraphim. But what they are doing is tradition in the back of but they will now, it's similar to what the people were doing in the plantation, when they started doing Santeria. They act as if they are doing Catholicism, but they were still doing, it was African Orisha that they were practicing, but they would act as if it's Catholicism. That's why they call it Santeria in the Brazil and all those places. But they were practicing African religion, but they will call it Santeria as if they are practicing Catholicism. It's the same thing the Aladra people are doing in Nigeria.
Sorry, Mike, did all this cherubim and celestial something, did they not come after colonialism?
No. It was during that time. Even right after colonialism and today, the residue of colonialism is still going on in Nigeria, because what the British were doing is the same thing those that took over after them continue to do, which is you can't be part of the system if you're now a Christian. And secondly, you're a Muslim. You have to be part of the Abrahamic religion to be part of the system. If you are doing anything Africa, we're not going to give you a job. In fact, you even to the point of language. One man in Nigeria today, you can be a very brilliant human being, right? Gifted, can perform the job. If you don't speak English, they won't give you the job. And you can be a moron, they have no brain, they can't do the job. But if you can speak perfect English, they'll give you the job. The colonial things still continue. So the people that took over from the colonial master continue with that heritage, that mentality, that same thing. So it's what's going on. It was the British that introduced this curse on us. When they set up that Nigerian system, that economic system back in the colonial time, you must, once you are a traditional person, no job for you. Nothing. They will, in fact, a distance from you. So you have to be converted into Abrahamic religion to get a job, to get position, to get those things. That's why people started hiding their practice. Even my grandfather, the problem started my grandfather because he had to start hiding practice because he's a rich man, he's a businessman, and he was connected with the political class. So he had to hide our traditional practice and start disguising as a Muslim. And that's how my father and his siblings were confused. They saw my grandfather practicing to religion and they were like confused. Like, okay, which one is what? And then when they grew up, they became so confused. They had to like, okay, start listening to different people. And then until the church people convinced them like, oh, this is the way, that this thing is demonic. Who told us that everything was demonic? Did we see our tradition as demonic until white man came? They would not. It's a lot of brainwashing that happened to us, man. And it's haunting us till today. Haunting us.
All right, guys, we'll be taking it to the back in about 5 minutes. So if anybody wants to come in now. So in about 5 minutes, the broadcast will just end, but we'll still continue in the back. Yes. I believe in Isheshe also. So I think people can straddle the two spaces. You can be Christian and still have traditional belief systems.
It's not good. It's not a good idea. Some people do it. I tell them, even me, like when I got back into Isheshe, I thought about, because I know I would lose friends once they know I'm practicing Isheshe.
No,
I thought about faking
it. Christian and do that.
Exactly. I thought about, I know a lot of people that do it, they practice Isheshe, but they hide it, but they will go to church and be going to mosque and be convincing people that they are Christians and Muslims. But it's bad. It's not good. It's good to be upfront and straightforward. Just do one thing.
Yeah. So it's not even possible to do it genuinely. You do Isheshe genuinely or do Christianity genuinely and combine them. No.
But there are different stratas of Christianity, though. I mean, look at something like Olumba Obu. Okay, what about Odumeje? What about Cherubim and Seraphim?
You see,
is that Christianity? That's Cherubim and Seraphim.
In Nigeria, we politicize everything, man.
Okay, let me say something about Cherubim. Let me say something about Cherubim and Seraphim that people don't know. You have different branches in Cherubim and Seraphim. In those days, they were just real Christians, but later it was messed up. But there's an arm of Cherubim and Seraphim now that I think has maintained their sanctity. They call them Cherubim and Seraphim Ayonio. Those ones, if you study them, I think Kerubu and Seraph Ayoni, they are Christians.
They will see vision. I mean vision.
No, Ayoni we even see
But,
vision.
no, but they are, but they have some fetish.
Ayoni does not have that.
You know what's funny?
All these
Ayoni
candles and leaves and potent lotions and black powder.
Nigeria is the only place. Nigeria is the only place where Christian people can see things and tell you. When you man have brought Christianity to you, cannot do divination to tell you something about the future. So it's only Nigeria will say, we see this thing, they'll give you a message. They'll give you a message. The whole man have brought Christianity to you is not able to give you a message about anything. So where do you get your own Christian power?
They are mixing it. Don't mind them. They are mixing African tradition.
Now tradition they use a beg, man.
Good morning, guys.
Divination is not part of Christianity. Yeah.
Good morning, Mike. I just want to correct that your assertion about Celestia doing juju and because of no, Celestia was found in 1967. You understand? So it wasn't during that time. I don't think so. You can hear me.
No. I'm telling you, people started converting.
No. Wait. That is when of Shofar. That is when God.
Shofar, not about him.
So let's hold on, please.
Okay, finish.
Hold on, please. I don't want you to give people wrong this thing. Yeah, I mean Celestia. Celestia didn't start around that time you are talking about. God called a Shofar. Our Shofar is the founder and owner of Celestia. You understand? So we don't do Celestia with juju. We don't pretend as if we are doing juju. And if you see any Celestia priests that are doing that, that means it's not practicing the Celestia the way it's supposed to be practiced. You get my point? So,
Kenny, I have a question for you. You say you're Celestial. Yeah. You know, there's something that's always mystified me about the Celestial Church of Christ. When they are praying, they say Olorun or Shofar. So is his own God different from the general God that we worship? What does that mean? Olorun or Shofar? Or is it their God himself? Is he a God?
No. You see, back in the days, you see this time we are living now, we have a lot of prophets like Abiara, Obadare, Baba Deboye, and so many of them like that. So you can use their name to say God of Abraham, God of Israel, God of Isaac, something like that. You know, it's similar to these days.
Which one is the Bible they use?
No. It's the same Bible used now. It's the same Bible. You can Olorun Adeboye, Olorun Abiara,
I know the secret of the Celeste, but I'm not going to go into it on this show.
Can I add something to that, Olorun?
Sorry, let me just ask this question and I'll shut up. It's you know that guy Tibetan? Is he a Christian? That Tibetan?
Tibetan is not practicing Celestial the way it's supposed to practice.
Because that guy is a voodoo man. No, there's no question about that.
He's just wearing the garment. He believes in his himself.
But he's one of your senior pastors now. Is he not one of your senior pastors?
No. He's not. He's just they can't tell it. He's just using the name of the church. You understand? He's been banned many times. That he shouldn't call himself Celestial. But is he doing it?
One man, anybody that get caught in Christianity, they will say it's not a real one.
No, it's the fact.
Well, the one they never catch, now be the real one. Now, when they catch him, no, it's not one of us.
Then let me tell you another thing, Babati. Let me say something about that Olorun something. You see, there are two ways you can look at it. You understand? When people say, if I want to say the God
sorry
of
guys,
Moses,
sorry guys, give me just 1 second. Hold on. Sorry, Princess, did you want to come up or you just want to wait until we shut down so that we can be in the brand? Princess. I know she doesn't like to be on the screen.
Good evening.
Good evening. Did you want to come up and speak or do you just want to stay in the background and we'll shut it down?
Yes, I just want to stay in the background to shut it down.
All right, brilliant. Okay. Sorry, carry on, Patoski.
So when you say Olorun so and so, there are two ways to look at it. Some people say it is like saying, if I say, oh, God of Abraham, I say it because I'm praising the God. I'm using it as a praise that this is a God who can make a barren woman have a child at old age. You understand? Maybe I'm praying for someone who's waiting on God for fruit of God. I say you are the God of Abraham, you are the God of Hannah, you are the God
God of
that made
Isaac.
those miracles to happen in the life of those people. So people use that to praise God and say, if you did it in the life of Sarah, you did it in the life of Hannah, then this person I'm praying for, do it on their behalf. Some people say that, which I support, and I can say it. It's a reference to say you are God that doesn't change. If you do it now, you can do it again.
Patoski,
Yeah.
I don't know whether I've told you guys my story before about Baba Bera on this platform.
No.
See, before I was born, my mom, she's a member of the actually she's the foundation member of the Baba Bera Church, CAC. Okay, Moli Agbeni Ibadan. Right?
Yeah, I know that place.
My mom, she got married at early stage, but she couldn't get pregnant for about 4 years until my grandma had to that's one marry another woman for my dad. You understand? Then this one she always go to church. They are calling my mom. They give her name already. One day, they were doing revival for people that are looking for the child.
Fruit of the womb.
Fruit of the womb. So a lot of people, more than 200 people in the church. So Baba God told him that those of you that are looking for a child, you should come out to, because God wants to do something in your life. Baba told them that all of them, they about 200, about 50 of them that came out. God said you should go and get a doll. You know those baby.
Why is it only in Nigeria that Christians will say God say this, God say that? When you woman don't do that.
Let me finish now. Let me finish. I'm telling you my story. It's not something. It's my own story. My own story. Go. You understand? So now Babana say, okay, if you are looking for a child, God say if it's one you are looking, any amount of child you are looking for, maybe 4, 5, 2, 3, go and buy the doll the way you want it to be. Do you believe? Most of these people don't believe it. My mother and her friend went to market. My mother bought 2, boy and a girl, of that doll. Our friend bought a girl, 1. Yesterday they didn't believe it. Baba said, if you just go, when you're coming back to church, carry that teacher, as if you carry your baby, and continue praising your God. Don't pray. Just be praising him that God has done it. That's all what God wants you to do.
Kenny, let me say something to you.
Let me finish now. Let me finish.
Like when you are done, I will tell you something when you are done.
Okay, that's fine. So
let me know when you are done.
I'll let you know. Don't forget, my grandma already married a woman for my dad. That woman got pregnant. Immediately she got married to my dad. Right? 3 months after they do the prayer, then for the following Sunday, my mama carried the baby, one at the back, one in her hand, like a tree. Then she's dancing in the church, giving this Thanksgiving. People were living at her and her friend. 3 months after that, my mom got pregnant. Twins. After that, twins. Our friend had one, a girl. Yeah, Bola, I know that girl tomorrow. The rest of those people that they do believe in those things, in that thing, after tomorrow they have no child. I'm one of the twins. So I'm a living testimony. So it's not as if they didn't give them anything to drink or anything. It doesn't touch them. It's just a word of God in their life that God asked me, if you can do this, what we've been looking for years, I'm ready to do it for you. You understand? That is my own story, and I can say it anywhere. There are so many times when Baba Bera will come to London, that will go to a church in Peckham. Baba Bera, when he sees my mom, he will call us out. We give the testimony. You understand? So,
I get your point. But let me just say one story. Let me give one story. So maybe this might open your eye, okay? Recently, Babala was in Nigeria beginning to wake up to some things, and they were having a meeting. They were like, okay, they want to stop attending to some people. Okay, who are these people? There are some people, they are fast, and some of them are Christian people. They call it Saladra or whatever. We are the Christian one. They will say we are Aladra Kiniko. So what they do is this: they will come to us, we Babalawos, to come and do divination about somebody, right? Amadafa, if I will not tell us that person's problem, lẹ́ni yìí nǹkan báyìí ni àwọn ìbejì fẹ́ wá or nǹkan kan ẹ lọ bo iṣẹ́ àbejì fún, you understand? So when we do divination, I will now tell them, okay, any yìí nǹkan báyìí o, this is what the person is, this is a person's problem. Ẹ bọ́ báyìí la máa rú fún, and ẹni yẹn bóyá àwọn ìbejì fẹ́ wá sílé ayé ẹ lọ bo iṣẹ́ àbejì fún. So that afar, we now pay us, we do the ebo, we do the appeasement, now he has done the work for that person. So he just play middleman. And you now go to that person and tell the person, he will now go and give that person all different things, like as if he's doing some kind of work on his own. I'm just waiting now. Wait, I'm telling you, listen. I'm not saying that's what happened to you. I'm just telling you a lot of things that's going on. We've gone and seen our Babalawos, they will tell you stories from day to tomorrow. I'm telling you things that these people do. We literally had a meeting. I've had people come to me, even in my own family. My own sibling came to me to say she wants to help somebody. I should help her do a divination about that person's problem. And after I do the work, automatically all the work, she'll go to that person and say, I pray for you. And God told me this, and God said that. You understand? So these things happen. I'm just telling you, it's real. Just go if you think I'm lying, go and sit down with the Jeje people. In fact, they will recall somebody that will come to them. And fast, Aladura, they come to us, they come to Babalawo, we do work for them on behalf of their people.
Mike.
But they will come to sell Jesus to you. They're telling you it's Jesus that did it. And that's what I told you earlier. As a white man, do white men practice Christianity like this? Do white people that brought it to you, do they use Christianity to help somebody born to
Mike, hold on.
Sorry, Kenny. Talk by all this. Sorry, Kenny. Talk by all the super chatter. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Carry on, Kenny.